Good morning. Great to have such a strong voice immediately in the morning. Warmly welcome to the Nordic-Baltic Health Informatics Day. And I'm pleased to be back here again. I was here last year with a delegation from Sweden. And we were so impressed over the power, the energy we could learn here from Estonia. So today I'm back as the moderator for the day, and who am I? I'm actually the president of the European Federation for Medical Informatics. And to prove that, I took with my collar. And you know that life is a lot about traditions and experience and so on. So EFMI is actually 50 years this year. So it means we have been around for a while. And we know a lot of things. And we have been a part of the movement on digitalization in healthcare. And when I wear this dongle, I feel the pressure of the one that was before me. So it's quite heavy. But on the other hand, it also keeps you to the ground. And when I think about informatics, I realize that it's a complex thing. And as you can see, I'm getting older, I'm gray-haired, and I'm trying to retire and so on. And the older you get, the more philosophical you get. And I realized that the good old thinkers like Plato and Aristotle still has a meaning today. Because in my view, Plato, you know, he was pointing upwards to the ideal world. Think of, we all understood that we should do it in this way, how wonderful life would be. And then we had Aristotle to say, hey, relax, we have a real world also. And that's what I see today when it comes to the digitalization, that we have a lot of voices about how wonderful everything could be. And then we have the rest of us saying, well, it might not be so easy. So with that said, I used to sometimes try to explain informatics as the science in between. Because in between can also be translated to interoperability. And that's a word we love to use, the interoperability. But if you think about it and put it in the content of in between, you realize who cares about the things in between. And that's super interesting when you look at the world today, that it seems that the best interoperability is if you choose the same thing, everyone. And we don't like to have the same thing. We like to have innovation, we like to have new things and new ways of handling things. And we also see that in the society by itself, that we make more and more power to individuals. Before we were more following each other, but today we are turning around and say, I'm here. I would like to make a change. So with that said, that the architects of the things in between are informaticians, I'm proud to open this conference here today to get some perspectives and different views on actually what we can achieve and how it should be done. So with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker today, Nele LABI, that is the Deputy Secretary General for Innovation. Wow, that's good. And she's working for the Ministry of Social Affairs Estonia. So please, the stage is yours.
Dear Lars, distinguished professors, dear speakers and guests, warm welcome to sunny Tartu and Nordic-Baltic Health Informatics Day. We are gathered here today around a particular question. How do we here on the Baltic Sea, on top of Europe, turn conversation into action. How can we bring principles of European health data space into people's real lives, just as Lars said? This question is not new to Estonia. We have had it for like 30 years already, whether it's X-Road or digital identity or nationwide electronic health record. But when I came here in the morning, I realized it is not about what we have built. It's about what people are using, how it affects their lives, and why they chose to use it. In Estonia, usability for me has like two legs. One is trust, and the second is simplicity. On their own, neither of trust, neither simplicity are enough. They only work together. But I guess I go into that deeper in the panel afternoon. Today here, I would like to have a broader picture. The Baltic Sea has never allowed neighbors to ignore each other. We have always had competition, culture, cooperation going hand in hand for centuries already. And I think European health data space brings us to the same question. Will we build 8 different but good systems side by side, or can we genuinely build something that works across borders? I think here on top of Europe, we have the best possibilities to actually do this. But for doing that, we need to learn from each other. All of us, we have to share and we have to listen and agree. I hope on simple solutions, but let's bring this discussion further on. This is why today is a good day. We have all the neighbors gathered, clinicians, data scientists, policymakers in the same room. And I wish you all a substantive and honest day with real discussions of what we are actually willing to take on together. Also, my sincere thanks to the organizers that we have this possibility today. And now I give floor to Professor KALRA. Thank you.
I think it's okay also, Nele, if we have a quick question for you. If anyone, because I mean, it's all about communication. So I used to say it's always a good opportunity to have one to answer something. So if you feel that you would like to ask Nele something, she will be back in the panel and so on. But I would like to take the opportunity to ask you a question. Because as a neighbor from Sweden, I'm so impressed over what has happened here in Estonia, how fast you have been moving and so on. And we all know the reasons of why you could do that. But now, after 30 years, is it something you would have loved to do in another way?
I have to go up there.
Yeah.
I think if we would do it all again today, it wouldn't work. It took so many coincidences back then. The political situation, the willingness of the people to get everything new, whatever it is, a somewhat lack of knowledge in data protection, lack of funding. All those things together made it possible at the time. So if we would do it again, it wouldn't work. It would be all a mistake. Yeah. But it was right timing.
Good. Thank you. Any other one that would like to make your voice heard? It's the time now. Otherwise, I would like to introduce our next speaker, a dear, good old friend of me, Dipak KALRA. We have been, he's in a way, he's been a mentor for me. Don't say it to him, but he has been. because whenever I've been focusing on something, he has given me a different perspective on it. And it's super interesting to realize that real knowledge comes through communication with each other. It's not by reading everything. It's not by becoming an influencer and so on. It's to discuss truly with someone. And Dipak has been around for as long as I've been around. He started as a general practitioner, but he has been really moderating a lot of the standards coming out there. And I think you are also a president, so, but you don't have a collar like me.
No, we're not as wealthy as you are.
So, please, Dipak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Oh, I guess this is the gadget I need. Lovely. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you, to speak to you. The central stage of my talk is about the European health data space, and it's becoming an increasingly difficult talk to give, because 50% of the audience know more than me and could easily actually... oops, I'm jumping it. That's okay. Let's go back one. I pressed the button too many times. 50% of the audience could probably give the talk better than me, and 50% of you don't know what it is. So I have to find a middle ground somewhere, so that's what I'll do. But I just want to start on a slightly different pitch, which is really why. We are at this fantastic opportunity point where we are absolutely accelerating almost exponentially the data that is available from which we can learn and discover how to practice healthcare better. We have data that is classical, old-fashioned clinical. We have molecular and other modalities, and the patients coming up fast with data that they generate too. And we then have the mechanisms through smart technologies to analyze that data at scale. And this opens the door for us to sharpen healthcare, to make it more personalized in many different ways. And these pink boxes which are appearing on the screen are areas where health systems absolutely must have an advance. Because health systems today and healthcare today is rapidly becoming unaffordable for society. Our demands on healthcare are growing and the budgets are getting tighter. So we have to make that money deliver better, and digital health and innovation and learning from the data helps us to do that. And on the bottom of the screen are research topics, just examples. Some of you may be doing this kind of stuff in your daily life, but they're just examples of the many numbers of areas of research we still need to fuel through the data. And I want to focus in particular on the European health data space as an example, but it's not the only example, of a regulatory environment coming out across Europe that is allowing us, very much as you said, to work together across borders on this agenda. And it's not coming out of the blue with nothing already done. We have invested over the last 10, 20 years across Europe on many data networks and infrastructures that allow us already to bring data together, whether it's life sciences data, rare diseases data, or it's the data in Germany, the data in France. It doesn't matter. We've got a lot of learning, a lot of experience. And the European health data is adding to that, but it's also pushing, I think, a culture change, an attitude change in us to say it's time to scale what we do with data. It's a wake-up call and an enabler for us all. And although it's a legislation, I don't want us to only think of it as legislation. It's actually also, very importantly, a cue for us to work together, to work smarter, join the dots between us, and also to energize our attitude to health data. So I'm not going to speak much to this slide. This is a European Commission slide, and I just want to draw attention on this slide to the fact that it's got a left-hand side and a right-hand side. Why do I do that? It's because the European Health Data Space is often thought of as a single regulation. And if you print it, it's a thick document, it's one document. So it feels like it's a single thing, but really it's not. It's two very different sets of provisions that deliver very different opportunity spaces. On the left-hand side is actually patient-centric. It's about using identifiable data better in a more standardized way to enable patients to experience more joined up and safer care when they travel around Europe and give them more control over it. And on the right, it's about data sets that will often be anonymized as a place for scaling up our ability to learn from data. I'm going to go through each half, but when people talk about the European health data space, it's probably not quite true. There are really two spaces, and they are quite different from each other. Primary use is the nickname for the first one. It's about how people can have more autonomy over their records as they travel around Europe, and how the records can be more interoperable than today. So what does this regulation insist on a single slide? This is the primary use on one slide story. Then I've got a few elaboration slides. Number one is there's an imperative on EHR systems. They've got to be able to import and export a set of data, which is my next slide, which is considered a kind of minimum essential EHR, not the whole EHR, a minimum essential to make care safer and better informed around Europe. Plus, this business of people having control, the audit log of who's been looking at my record must be available to patients, so they can see and understand who's been looking around in their record and who's been moving it around and so on. And they can actually exercise a little control over that. What about the increasing volume of apps and wearables? Are they excluded? Well, not quite. If they talk to EHR systems, if they exchange data with EHRs, they've got to play the same game. If they're standalone things that live in their own secret space, they don't have to obey any of these rules. But if they talk EHR language, they've got to comply in exactly the same way. And people can have a copy of their data. And this is another slide I'm going to come to, as well as knowing who can access it. And member states have got to put all of this show into action. They've got to establish the mechanisms, the bodies, and the superhighways that will make all this happen. So that's part of your headache, I guess, is delivering on that. What data am I talking about? Well, we don't quite know, because the act, the implementing act, the level of detail that will formalize in legislation exactly what data is in the exchange format isn't yet published. But we've got a pretty good guess. And the pretty good guess is on this slide. It's the current model of the international patient summary. So all those colored boxes on the left are the international patient summary headings. And we're pretty sure the European exchange format will be really, really close to this, because it doesn't make sense to invent something stupidly different for Europe that doesn't connect with the rest of the world. The human body is pretty much the same everywhere. Plus prescriptions, labs, and so on. But there are some limitations that are important to bear in mind. And that is that actually children have not been part of the history of developing the European or international patient summaries. And there are European projects that have worked on what would be a sensible pediatric extension. We've also worked on clinical research, the reuse of the data for clinical trials, which I'll come to in a few moments. And what is missing from this to make it the perfect clinical research summary? Not much is missing. But we've done all that work. And what we have to do, like with rare diseases, is to see if we can push the legislators to just inch forward a little bit on the summary and say, if you just put these extra things in, you'll enfranchise so many more people. Children, after all, are really important European members. And use cases, like clinical research, like rare diseases. I've told you about patients having rights, and for primary use, they will have an ability, if member states give it to them, there is some discretion here, to not allow their data to travel around Europe. But they will have to realize this makes them unsafe if they travel and fall ill, and they have to be told. And member states have to figure out how to tell the people the risks they're taking if they opt out of that. But I want to talk about the green side, which is the opportunity space. People will, for the first time, have the opportunity to download all of the data on the last slide. And you say to me, hey, Dipak, that's not new. GDPR gave everybody that right years ago. And the answer is yes. They could get it in a stupid, boring PDF or other unusable format where they could maybe read it if they were lucky. This is a right to get it in the same computable international standards format as you would exchange between EHR systems. That's powerful. Why? Because any digital health innovator will say, if people have a computable summary in their pocket, I can do great things with that. I can sell them an app that will deliver value to them from that data. There's a huge market waiting to happen and huge societal benefit waiting to happen if we get this right. So it's actually really exciting. An example from a project that's just finished called Gravitate Health, which said if you could download your patient summary and you could semantically merge that with the product information, the patient information leaflet on your medicines, an app can help you to know which bits of that long, complicated document might be relevant to you. For example, it would show me mine and grey out the pregnancy-related stuff, because I don't expect to get pregnant now, and so on. But maybe it would look at my age and say, hey, you need to pay attention to this. Do you have diabetes? This is important. No, you don't have diabetes. I know you don't have diabetes. I've looked at your summary a millisecond ago, etc. Very powerful. And the screen on the left is a really nice example, because the next speaker after me helped design it, Petter. So you can't see it very well, I know, and I'm sorry. The screen resolution isn't easy for people at the back, and I'm sorry. But these are usable, friendly ways of communicating this information. I've told you about clinical research. We know from many, many studies that more people would like to be involved in clinical trials than get invited to be in clinical trials, because they have difficult to treat diseases and they want to be part of the leading edge. That's patient organizations have proven that for many, many years. On the left is all the GDPR plus additional rights that I won't go into. But on the right-hand side, is the ability for a person, having downloaded their computable standardized summary, to flick it across to somebody else digitally. What if that somebody else was a clinical trial center? Hey, I'm here. Could I be eligible for your study? And they could run really simple algorithmic screenings and say, hey, you seem to be a really promising candidate. It's worth your while traveling 2 hours to come to our center so we can look at you in more detail. Or, I'm sorry, you've got a few exclusions. Don't waste your time coming to us. Wouldn't that be fantastic? We know patients and patient organizations think this would be a great opportunity space. Now, those lovely summaries on each person will not be retrieved. Well, this is a prophecy from me. They will not be retrieved in real time. I won't fall ill in Rome and ask my Italian doctor who's never seen me before, so contact Estonia, contact Germany, get my summary, and will the receiving country, my home country, suddenly say, oh gosh, this person has 5 GP records and 3 hospital records. Let's quickly run a multitude of queries and pull all this data together. Of course not, in real time. Patient's really ill. No. They'll prefetch everything. So there will be repositories. Of course, I'm speaking in a country that already has done this. So it's a bit difficult giving this talk in such an advanced country. But if I was in an average European country, this message would be more resonant. That there will be concentration points at regional and national level. And what if we allowed anonymized, highly scrutinized queries to be run by clinical trial centers and by sponsors like pharma and maybe AI developers to run queries on that massive repository, which is not selected patients. It's everybody in the country. Phenomenal. All the people who don't have the disease are in there as well. All your control groups are in there. Isn't that a fantastic opportunity to help at least plan in detail a research protocol that has viability to be undertaken? So we have to persuade the ministries to consider this opportunity and make sure that they enable the security measures that would allow this to take place and the public education. But let's move properly to research for a few minutes. The whole mission of the European health data space secondary use provisions is to accelerate research and innovation, including public health, health service planning, public funded studies, epidemiological and so on, and industry innovation. All of those players are welcome to be in this area. But there is a little twist. The EHDS is breaking up what I call data protectionism. If some of you have spent years curating lovely data sets and you do this, you say, it's my data, you can't have it. Unless you're my very special friend and you include me on all your research grants. No, no longer. If you have data, you have to declare that you have it, health data, sorry, and you have to have a mechanism whereby somebody with a reasonable scientific mission can have access to your data without you making judgments about your friends and family and without you making some exorbitant fee charging arrangement. This is a democratization of data. Personally, I think that's really welcome. I've got colleagues in industry who are a bit nervous about intellectual property, but there are measures being developed right now to help look after the balance between innovation and competitiveness and data solidarity. So I think we will find that answer. You, of course, may have different views, and that's part of what may come up in the panel's discussions later on today. If your data is going to be shareable to others, you've got to do a bit of housekeeping and make sure your data sets are fair and have metadata that enable them to be discovered and understood by somebody who might want to use your data. Member states will establish health data access bodies whose job it is to receive requests for data, determine if they're acceptable, and then cascade the request to the people who've got the relevant data sets and say, we've got customers for your data. Can you please prepare the data sets and get it ready? So the data is not pre-shared, it's prepared for sharing by each data holder. And there'll be some public transparency, which I think is really welcome if we're going to look after public trust. So what kind of data am I talking about? When I talk about data sets that are to do with health being shareable, you can look at this in two ways. There's a list of bullet points which are not as detailed as the final implementing acts will be, or you can summarize this in one word: everything. Pretty much everything you can imagine that is health related is implied on those bullets. Where from? What kind of data sources? One word: everywhere. Because honestly, if you put these two boxes together, you won't even be able to imagine a secret type of data or a secret place that isn't somewhere implied. And these are just the summary points. You can imagine the detail will find everything. There's a bit of admin data as well to support health service planning. Can you do anything with the data? Can I get your data and do any kinds of stuff I want? No. Part of ensuring public trust, public goodwill with the whole thing, is to say, no, you can only do these types of things. Again, high level in the regulation, implementing acts will have more detail. But this is a list of the things. Now, I want you to scan this list by eye and say, anything really big that's missing here? I don't think so. I think it's quite a nice list. And it pretty much covers what we as a set of ethical and moral, who are you? Clinicians, data scientists, politicians. What would you see as reasonable to justify to the public we're using your data for? What does healthcare need innovation in, knowledge discovery in? I think the green bullets pretty much cover what we need to. Fine-tuning, of course, but it's pretty good. And then there has to be a complementary list. What must you promise, if you have the data, promise you will never, never, ever do? And again, if you look at this list, you'll say to yourself, actually, it's reasonable. It's not an unreasonable list of things to say you must never do those things. How will people find from hopefully thousands of data sets collected across Europe through a set of health data access body catalogues that are themselves interlinked at a European level? The answer is metadata. And there is already a blueprint, again, being extended and developed further by projects, looking at what might be the things that would be searchable on in a data catalogue. I've done some work over the years working with data users on dataset discovery, and I know from speaking to many of them, there are wish list items that are not here. So there's a bit more they would have loved to have if we'd asked them when developing these lists. But it's a pretty good starting point, and in the end it has to be pragmatic, because every data holder has the burden of capturing all of this on their data sets. So it's a compromise first version, and I'm sure the next versions down the line will go a little bit further on the clinical and scientific detail of what's in the data. So somebody knows it's worthwhile making a request, it's worthwhile investing in the data set when I receive it, and I won't then discover to my horror that it's not got what I need, because that's what you want to avoid. When is this happening? This is a timeline. I didn't really anticipate, and I'm sorry, the depth of the room, and so some of you might really not be able to read this, but don't worry, you don't need the fine print. The vertical red lines are meant to be when the implementing acts would hit the ground, and we're a little bit behind schedule, but not desperately so. And most of the bars go on through, and the last line is, 2036. So you've got two choices about how you view this timeline. One choice is to simply say, Deepak, we've been listening to you for all these minutes, and it's years away. Why on earth should we bother? Let's just invite you back in 4 or 5 years and tell us then if it's any closer to reality. And that is one legitimate view you could take. But there's another one, which is to say, are we ready? This is a top-down legislation. It says, we are, at the level of EU and policymakers at national level, going to create the enabling conditions. We don't create the data. We don't create the data users. We don't populate the catalogue. We don't make the data fit for sharing and reuse. You do. So the other way of looking at this slide is there's hardly any time left to get our house in order, because we are not ready for the EHDS. We, in this room, we're not EHDS ready. Why not? 6 grand challenges. Do we need to invent new interoperability standards? Not many. We've got heaps of them. Are we using them? Are they deployed? Are we enjoying already stunning EHR interop? Well, again, in Estonia, I'm in really difficulty. You're so good. But pretend you're not in Estonia just for this talk. Otherwise, I'm really struggling because you're so advanced. But, you know, are we really using these standards and benefiting from structural and semantic interoperability across Europe? Of course not. We're not doing very well. Is our data even in a great shape to map into the standards? Are we structuring and coding to a high level well? Sorry, no, we're not. Our EHR systems and our EHR users as a pair are not in great shape there. How many of you have encountered GDPR as a reason for not granting data access? I can't give you data. GDPR doesn't permit it. Now, GDPR is a great legislation, but it is not as strict as the people who often interpret it. And often it is used, do I risk saying in a public forum misused? I don't know, I'm not sure. I haven't said misused. For saying no, when the answer is, under the right conditions, of course you can. And that's disappointing, but it's an excuse. Do we make it such? How many of you in academic land will get on your CVs the ladder to promote, not for grant income, not for publications, not for student teaching numbers and feedback, but for enabling other people to use your data? Probably none. We still today have no university promotions committee that recognizes a data enabling function of a senior academic to get them to the professorship level. And the incentives are lacking all over the stakeholder ecosystem. What about the origin of data, EHR systems and other tools and products? How many CTOs are delighted when you say it's time to upgrade, who say we need to deploy a bunch of new terminals in this brand new clinic building? It's not their fault. Everything is treated as a regrettable cost. Data and its tech underpinning is sort of a pain point, not an enabling point. This upgrade is going to unleash huge learning opportunity for my hospital. Who says that? Sadly not. And is the public on board with us? I think sadly we've done very badly to look after the public understanding. Am I now down to like 60 seconds or do I have a good few minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, I'm going to race through a few slides very quickly then, because I've got a couple I want to come to at the end. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at timekeeping. So when it comes to the secondary use provisions, I mentioned standards for the exchange format. There is no requirement for how you represent your data set for secondary use. There's no standard specified. That's probably a good thing because there is no one standard that is stunning. But if everybody sticks to all of these standards that are on this slide at the moment, we'll have quite a messy secondary use ecosystem. So there has to be some kind of mapping, I think a bottom-up consensus on what are the fewer number of representations for data sets that might meet most of the use cases. I mention OMOP only as an example of one that is gaining a lot of traction around Europe, but that means everybody's got a map to it. And what about the issues of mapping? Does that introduce risk as well? So Emily is a woman who is being managed for her blood pressure. And I won't go through all of the lines on this slide. Hopefully they'll be made available to you later. But the key thing is she has some GP blood pressures and she has some home readings of blood pressure. And when she sees the GP, her GP decides not to increase her medication, not because of her blood pressure that he or she measures, but because of the home readings. The home readings give confidence that at home, under normal, restful, relaxed circumstances, blood pressure's fine. The data comes into OMOP, but only the medically authored data comes into OMOP. So what do you have? You have a high blood pressure and a treatment that is completely paradoxical in the same record, because you're missing something in the middle. Misrepresentation of the patient's story. That's one example. There are loads of these examples that can happen. And we really need to be careful about quality labeling. Now, the EHDS requires, no, that's not quite true. It makes quasi-optional that data holders should perform some assessment of the quality of their data and publish a standardized label. In the future, if your research is publicly funded, you will be expected to provide this. And when I speak to industry, I say to them, from a legal perspective, it's optional and you can choose not to do it. From a moral perspective, it's mandatory. You cannot, as big pharma, say we can't be bothered to quality label our data. So I tell them they've got no choice. And they kind of believe me. But is our data fit for purpose? This is a nice example. A colleague of mine, Jens, led the work with the Connect for Children project, looking at neurofibromatosis. We worked with a group of clinicians who were experts in neurofibromatosis and in doing clinical research, and said, what are the core data elements you would expect to be computable on neurofibromatosis? Then we went to 24 centers in Europe who specialize in pediatric research and said, tell us how much of this data is in structured coded form, in free text form, scattered across multiple systems, on paper. And the answer is not great. So we really have a lot of work to do to improve the quality of the data at source. And then, we need to work. So our institute does a lot of work on data quality, so we do a lot to support hospitals, for example, to understand what is the quality of your data, what is your organizational readiness to have a quality strategy. Do you have the right people in your organization? Do you educate? Do you train on the topic? And so on. Helping hospitals to raise their quality game. But it has to matter to them. A hospital is not going to invest in better data for all those outsiders to have great research. The benefit has to be internal first. So we have to work with them. What's your internal ROI to care about the quality of your data? And then how do you improve it? And then, of course, because there's so much mapping going on, we're starting to investigate the other part of this process, which is quality across the life cycle. If you take data from the origin and data after you've played with it and massaged it into OMOP or something else, what have you done to the quality? Have you made it worse? Or actually, have you made it better? Most people don't know. Sadly, most people don't care. That's what we find. We need to heighten awareness of the risks as well as the benefits when you undertake data transformations. I'm going to skip this slide in the interest of time, but because I'm sure I'm now down to the very last wire. Last wire? Yeah, okay. Last two slides then. Public trust. It's not well done. That's the simple summary. You could close at that point and just say everybody has to improve. We took in the IDERA project, which is still running, a patient focus group and patient organization focus group. And we talked to them about data breaches and data misuse. And we gave them some case study examples. On the left is an example of a situation that Daedalus, the company, would never have wanted to happen. It's a data breach that exposed a large number of patient data that left, and there's a lot of detailed clinical stuff there, as you can see, diagnosis, HIV, genetic diseases exposed. A disaster for the company and for the patients, and of course, a big fine. On the right, totally different scenario. The Royal Free Hospital willingly gave access to Google DeepMind to the data. There was no breach. So was this data misuse? That was what filled our newspapers for months afterwards. Did the Royal Free fail to engage its public and its patients in knowing if they would support the particular use that was intended here? And we asked the patients, when you read about data breaches, does it make you feel uncomfortable about the data currently held by your GP or your hospital? To what extent do these stories affect how willing you are to consent that your data be used for research? Remember the secondary use opt-out. Patients can choose not to let their data be used for research. So what will stop them saying, I opt out? Confidence and trust is critical here. What do these stories do to your confidence about your data being used for research? What harms, if it's leaked or misused, are you most anxious about? And what would you want the organization behind it, the Daedalus or the Royal Free type, to do if such a thing occurred? How would you want them to behave? That paper is in review right now, so you'll soon be able to find it. Search for me, search for data breaches or something, and you'll find it in a few weeks-ish, maybe months. And then you'll find the answers to those questions. I won't tell you now. So the final punchline question is really, how do we tackle the fact that we have a discrepancy? GDPR safeguards people's data, locks it down almost too tightly. But people in general, when they understand, are actually quite supportive of clinical research. So we have a tension there between what people actually want and what the law safeguards them for. And we have to find that balance. And that is your challenge collectively as the audience. You have to help us to get this balance right. Lars, I'm sorry to have gone a bit over time, but thank you.
Dipak will be with us the whole day and also in the ending panel, so write down your questions to him because I think you have many questions after his wonderful speech here. So we continue the program immediately, and I would like to introduce my other good friend Petter HURLEN, that has been my secretary in EFMI for many years, before I even was a president, and he has been around and made good effort of how to use the framing of digitalization in healthcare. And nowadays he is also saying, was it so smart? So please, Petter, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and first and foremost, thank you for the invitation. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Now, the title of my presentation was sort of suggested to me to fit in with the overall program, and I, of course, was very happy to approve it because I really have been saying this for many years. In order to advance in health informatics, we need to involve clinicians more than we do. Now, my background is as a medical doctor, so I, of course, have examples from medicine. I think we need to involve medical doctors more, and we need to involve other clinicians more. So I try to answer the questions, why do I think this is important, and how shall we go about that? But the first question I think maybe I want to address is, exactly when did I become a user? Because I really never thought of myself as a user. I mean, I'm a medical doctor, and when I discovered this technology more than 40 years ago, I mean, I never thought of myself as a user. I was a doctor, and there was some technology, and I wanted to see how I could use this technology to improve my clinical work, my medical work, help the patients, but not as a user. And there were many doctors like me who have similar ideas. Some bought computers, learned to program, installed it in the offices. Others like me started research projects. But this is a paper clip from me, the handsome guy at the back, that's me 40 years ago, saying that, well, we can save billions by computerizing the record. I mean, in hindsight, that is probably not really what happened. I don't think we have millions, but I mean, we did computerize the record, and it's mainly a success story. I mean, I heard here 99% of all information is digital. We do use electronic record systems. They're mostly successful. And if you think about it, we actually have a lot of success stories. When I'm a radiologist, of course, digital imaging is indeed a success story, available anywhere. You need them whenever you want them. Because we lost something in resolution, and we lost that iconic pose. I mean, doctor looking at images that you see on American television. That's sort of disappeared, but otherwise, yeah. Imaging is a success story, and of course I have to mention literature information. We have access to open access journals, we have meta-studies, we have reviews, we have services like UpToDate and Cochrane Library. Much better access to knowledge. And we're working in an area where we really want to use knowledge. And there are many more success stories. I am not going to go through them all, but I mean, we have messaging, we have communication, we have secondary use, we have management, we have economy. There's a lot. These success stories have something in common. They're sort of all automation of manual routines. They have been achieved by someone writing user requirements, user stories, and someone else has implemented it. It's simplistic, really. It doesn't require any medical insight. You don't need to understand clinical reasoning. You just need to copy something that's already going on. And I think that is possibly the key to the successes, and that is how we became users. We didn't have to think as clinical doctors, we just had to describe a routine, and we had the success. So what about failures? We don't like to talk about failures. I mean, if you look at the literature, there's almost nothing about failures. There's only success stories. And many don't really believe in failures at all. They don't exist. If something doesn't succeed, it's either because you're just too early, the technology isn't there yet, it's going to be, or there's something wrong with the user. I mean, it's the protectionist user, it's the user who are reluctant to change. It's really the user problem, it's not really the solution. Well, I like to claim that I think we have mostly failed in two areas. One is in the area of semantics terminology. People still complain about the lack of semantic interoperability, like they did when I started 40 years ago. And they're prescribing the same solutions to this problem as they did 40 years ago. And they're not working like they didn't do 40 years ago. I have some examples, I'll come back to that. The other is in the area of decision support. We really want to use technology to assist decisions. But I mean, how can you support a clinical decision if you don't know what it is? And too many people who provide solutions in this area really don't understand. And I think that's the difference between the two lists. On the one list, you really need user stories, user requirements, just automate existing routines. In the failure list, in order to actually succeed here, you need to understand clinical reasoning. You need to understand medical thinking. It's not something that can be expressed as a user story. And I'll try to explain what I mean by a very, very simplistic model. Probably too simplistic, but bear over with me, because there are some very basic things that people tend to forget. And one is that we're all human beings and none are identical. I mean, even identical twins aren't identical, they live separate lives. We are not instances of a class definition. we are individuals. And the other is that diseases do not have independent existence. And it's not like an evil spirit that enters your body or a fume, a miasma. I mean, it's not like in the Middle Ages. I mean, we thought that for 2,000 years, that the doctor's job was to identify a disease and do some sort of exorcism or eviction, but it's not. Diseases do not exist in themselves. But of course, we know a lot about things that create health problems for people. A lot of criteria, something that can cause health problems, something that can contribute to health problems, something that might possibly reduce the risk of health problems. So the doctor's job is not really to identify a disease. The doctor's job is really to do categorization. We use the criteria, we use our knowledge to create classes or categories of people, not with identical, but with similar health problems. And we give this a name, and that's the diagnosis. So the diagnosis is not the definition of a disease, it's not the name of a disease, it's the name of a category, and we know that everyone in that are actually individuals. None are identical. And so we will say, well, this is perfect for an algorithm. You can make something like this. If you match criteria A, B, and C, you have diagnosis X. And essentially, that is how decision support systems are made. You have 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 criteria, and you conclude. And you can do that. You definitely can, and many people do. What they tend to forget is that as part of evidence-based medical thinking, we assess our experiences. We know that what helps many do not help everyone, so we might look for other ways to help them, and we might question our results, but also we might change the criteria. And you see, now we have a new set of criteria, and if you're going to maintain your decision support system, you need to change it. Observe that we keep the name. So even if the definition changes, and you may say it's a new concept, the name is the same. I mean, we still talk about diabetes. We don't taste urine anymore as we did 2,000 years ago. But it's the same term. A different concept, but the same term. And that's how terms are used in medicine. And then there might be a new version. Someone else says you have to do it differently. And you have to change your algorithm again. But then this might happen in the university hospital, and regional hospital maybe later, and the local hospital maybe even later. And they might disagree. Some will say we will use the first version, and some will say the third version. And if you're then making like a decision support system, you have to manage all these alternatives and all the changes. So you need to keep track of everything that's happening in medicine. And that really doesn't really work. And then someone says, well, we need to split this in two. And we can discuss, okay, is this two different problems, or is it alternatives of the same, and should we give it a new name or not? And I think, very simplistic, that is why we are failing on the right-hand side. When we're trying to make various systems or terms assuming that they are stable and universal and have the same meaning for everyone, everywhere at all times. And I don't. Whether we do an ontology or we do a model, it's really the same. That's not how medical terms are used. That's not how any professional language is actually working. I mean, even in programming language, even a small sentence in the programming language is only valid within the framework of that program. It does not have a universal understanding. But still, people have been working now for 45 to 50, 60 years to try to make systems based on terms assuming that they can be made unique. And they can't. If you look at the decision support, I mean, people have really been doing that. You probably know, but Arden syntax was developed by IBM. They rented a house called Arden House. That's why it's Arden syntax. They put together a lot of people developing medical knowledge using this syntax. They took a whole textbook of medicine, implemented, and thought, well, now we have a great unit of medical knowledge we can apply and, of course, make money from. And they didn't realize that the medical textbook is obsolete the day it's published. It's not made to treat patients. I mean, it's written by professors who haven't really seen a patient for 10 years. And that's not the purpose of a textbook. A purpose of a textbook is to teach you a way of thinking, an introduction, a perspective. But if you want to know how to treat a specific patient, you don't go to the textbook. You go to the literature, or I would go to UpToDate or Cochrane Library or somewhere. I would definitely not go. And so they sort of missed the whole idea. But as we do not talk about failures, we don't like failures, most people do not know about this. But it's not really in any textbook. I tried to look for it. It's in my textbook, but that's the only place. I was involved in Arden syntax. That's possibly why I know. Nobody talks about that. So, because someone might think it's a new good idea. And so someone started the MCBK project. Some of you may have heard of it. Maybe some of you are involved in it. They did exactly the same thing. It's not that you cannot do it. It's just that it doesn't work. And so, of course, you may object and say, well, yeah, okay, maybe you're right in some areas, but I know an area where this really works. Assuming that a doctor prescribes drug A and B and there's a known interaction. Drugs don't change. They're stable, they're universal. If they change it, they give it a new name. So, of course, if a doctor prescribes drug A and B, we should give a warning. And I can implement that. It's easy. Well, I have a friend working as a cardiologist at the National Hospital. They actually implemented the system like that. He's following the national guidelines, and according to the national guidelines for his patient group, he shall prescribe drug A and drug B. You just have to take the interaction into account when you do the dosage. And he does, because he knows that. He knows that, the national guidelines knows that, his patients knows that, because he tells them. The algorithm doesn't know it. So the algorithm gives him a warning for all his patients. Every 15 minutes, every day of the week, every week of the month, every year, he's getting a warning because he's following the national guidelines. And that's kind of annoying. I mean, if you learn about alert fatigue, that's essentially it. And you cannot really turn it off in any way. So this is sort of an example that if something is possible, doesn't necessarily imply that it's useful. And too often we see people that sort of claims, presents, applauds things that are possible. And you say, yeah, okay, it's possible, but it's not really meaningful for us. So I took this example for two reasons. One is that possible doesn't necessarily mean useful. And the other is that this is sort of an example of proof by example. People say, well, I have an example that this works. So that must be a proof that this is a good idea. I'll tell you a personal story. My grandmother suffered from motion sickness. She could not really sit in the car until some friends told her that if you put parsley on your chest, the car sickness will go away. And so she did, and it worked. So she could come with us on the tours with the parsley. Now, if you had done a structured interview of her, or if you had a focus group of her friends, you might conclude that parsley is a very good treatment for car sickness. But if you really said, well, the medical profession should stop prescribing medication and instead should recommend parsley, you might be sued for quackery. And that's sort of the problem that people too often tend to forget in this community. That in medicine, we do not do proof by example. We do proof by evidence. We try as much as possible to set placebo effects aside, any personal interest aside. We look for methods, and there are different methods in different areas. But we look for methods to try to establish independent evidence. While in health informatics, we lack success stories. And so we do proof by example. I actually had a brilliant example now from Dipak. I really have to mention that, because Dipak showed the slide of something we've been involved in. Maybe you saw, like for 3 seconds, we were involved in a project called Gravitate. It's really about, how can we make leaflets, leaflets in medication more accessible. So one of the questions we were sort of asked to address is, okay, if you could sort of adapt the content to a patient, what would that look like? And that's what Dipak showed me. So, one back. And yeah, we did. That is how it would, that is what it would look like. Can we do it? No. Essentially because you can do that for a diagnosis, but not for a human being, not for an individual. People will not ask, is this dangerous or interesting for my diagnosis 56784? They will ask, is this dangerous or relevant for me? And that was an impossible task to answer. So our conclusion in the Gravitate Health project was that, well, it would look nice, but it can't be done. Because what does a project like Gravitate Health then do if you say it doesn't work? Because no one likes to hear about that, so no one writes about that. And I talk about that, but that's roughly it. But the point is, if you really want to do impact on medicine, it's not sufficient to say, I like it, it looks good, I have an example. You must provide some sort of evidence. And that's sort of often lacking. I think I just have to mention the worst example I know. SNOMED CT. If you don't know what it is, you have to look it up. But people have been working on that for 60 years. 60 years. There is absolutely no evidence of any improved clinical outcome after 60 years. Not according to me, according to all review papers. And still people are pursuing that to solve the problem of semantic interoperability that we haven't solved for 40 years. And the most depressing thing isn't that there is no evidence. But it is that our community isn't asking for evidence. We should. Every time someone says, I have a good idea, you should ask, okay, where's the evidence? Where's the independent evidence? So my conclusion now for quite a long time has been that we really need to get doctors, clinicians more directly involved. And as long as things can be expressed as user requirements, user stories, we're fine. But if you want to have an impact on clinical thinking, medical reasoning, we need to get doctors involved. So I have been using images like this. and I'm not doing that anymore. I've stopped. Why? You all know the answer. Because we got something called artificial intelligence. So why should we spend a lot of time talking to doctors when we have bots that pass medical exams that can give you much more facts in a second than your GP can do in a lifetime? I mean, after all, working with doctors is kind of annoying. I can admit that. Clinicians have a tendency to treat everyone else as secretaries. I know I'm a radiologist. I'm also treated as a secretary, so I experienced the same feeling. So why do we have to bother? Well, I don't think we're going to replace the doctors. I think we still will have them. The role will be different, but people are not only about facts. If people had only been about facts, we wouldn't have influencers, and we do. So people are about concerns, about who you trust, about having a dialogue, discussions, fair. You can't replace that with a bot. Not really. So the role will be different, but the role always changes. We had the same discussion actually 25, 30 years ago when we got the internet, and all medical information was available on the net. And we said, well, will the doctor disappear now that the patient can read everything? And we didn't. On the contrary. So I'm not that worried for the guys on the left. The person here that really needs to be worried is the guy on the right. Because the bots, while they're not really good at human concerns, they are very good at coding. They're not perfect, of course not, but they really do a lot of very fast, very good coding. You just let a medical doctor sit and write what kind of system he wanted for his patients, like 5 pages. So we gave it to, was it Claude Code? After a couple of hours, got a quite good, not a prototype, but an actual running system. I'm sure there are some errors in it, but I mean, compared to actually sitting down, writing user requirement, communicating with someone who don't understand it, and then go back and revise the requirements, and then go back again, and then have a prototype that really doesn't work, and then try to convince why it doesn't work. I mean, you can talk to Claude and get everything in a few hours. So, in a way, I don't think we're going to be co-governors. I think we're going to be governors again. I think actually, I hope we sort of full circle back to where I started 40 years ago. I'm not a user, I'm a medical doctor. I see this fascinating technology. I want to use this to help me help my patients, and I don't really want to involve anyone else. So that is sort of my conclusion, and I hope we'll have an interesting discussion later. So thank you very much for your attention.
I love Petter because he can be a little bit provocative. And that's what we sometimes need to start thinking, and thinking in different perspectives. Petter will be here the whole day, so we have the opportunity to take personal discussions with him and so on. But unfortunately, the time goes by and we have to move on to another good friend. It's like I'm just joining with my friends here, but Johan is not only my friend, he has been my boss also, I think, yeah, and my mentor a little bit also. So I think that you are today a professor in information systems from the University of Gothenburg. And you have also been the voice in Sweden now for some time about what mistakes we actually do in healthcare officially. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lars, and pleasure to meet everybody. Hi, I'm Johan, and I'm a student of technology, so I'm one of those guys that are on the right-hand side of the former image. I'm the one that is so slowly, well, not really slowly, but rapidly dissipating into nothingness. We are becoming the substrate of reality. We are no longer a tool. We are now all that is beneath the entire structure of society. And that is to say that we are in a situation right now where we need to reassess a lot of the underlying assumptions, a lot of the weird shit that we see coming out in practice. Weird old perceptions of what technology is and what function it fulfills in organizations. So I'm gonna take you through, this is very weird, this is the wrong slide deck. Yeah, interesting. Here we go. So on account of these failures, we've failed miserably. When I look at a glass, I see it as half empty. I see it as weird that we're continuing to do weird stuff that continuously fails. I think of it as weird as in implementing technologies that are antiquated from the get-go and that constantly interfere with the practice of wonderful practitioners trying to save lives. I think that it's weird that we have practices where it's okay to have a really slow growth of quality increase when we have technologies that develop at a radical pace. I think this gap between the technological capabilities and the practices is a moral conundrum. I think it is super weird that we're not doing more, right? And all of these examples, they come again and again and again of massive failures. They share pretty common patterns. So this is what we see in every project after another, right? It is the exact same pattern. So a politician or an executive have this great idea, right? And then they whisper it in the ear of the overworked, underfunded technology officer in the organization, or the regional director, or somebody in the organization, right? They hand it over. And these guys that sort of take it upon themselves to translate this, they don't really understand it. So it's like a Chinese whispers game. Right? And then they in turn whisper it into another guy's ear. And this person might be the CTO of the organization, scratches his thinning hairline and thinks, well, they're asking me to implement an ERP system or a massive standardized solution for something because this is what I did in industry. And now I'm in healthcare. So I'm going to do the same thing here. And then you're off to the races. Then you start implementing or procuring in most situations this piece of technology. And the organization responds in accordance to their moral philosophy. That is, this is threatening the way that we are currently working, right? But the organization continues to push it down into practice. And then at the final stage, it is dismantled or discontinued or just resulting in a massive failure and a loss of public trust. Do you recognize that pattern when it comes to EHR systems, for instance? Right? We see it again and again. So I'm from Sweden, and the western coast of Sweden, where we recently had a massive failure like this. And we were involved at the get-go, telling them, the executives of this organization, Sweden's largest healthcare region, that this is going to fail miserably. We have 1,000 studies. I'm not kidding, 1,000 studies of this in the previous literature. this is exactly what you're doing, this is what's going to happen. There is true causality here, right? We know this thing, but they still jumped, right? They still continued contrary to best practice, if you will. What these guys failed to understand was that, well, during this time period, technology is dramatically changing. So what they wanted to procure was already obsolete from the beginning. They wanted to procure Millennium. This is in 2015. Let's procure Millennium to modernize. Just think about that. You're buying a piece of software where technology radically changes fast, right? It is called Millennium in 2015. All right? This is the future vision, right? The year 2000, right? This is a code base from the 1990s. This is what you're using to modernize your underlying digital infrastructure. Do you get why this is a little bit something that pisses me off? Right? 10 billion, 1 billion euros is the cost of this. 1 billion euros down the drain. And what happened? Well, they're running along. They're handing over the keys to the castle to an American vendor. They're running along. They're trying to make sure that the organization isn't flustered by what's happening. So they keep them out of the loop, of course, when they prepare this massive system, right? The idea of the system is to have the full scope, right? One ring to rule them all. Perfect idea. And then they arrive at the go live, where they are supposed to take this into commission. And the organization, for the first time ever, get to see the system. And of course, they react in total crisis mode. Are you telling me that there are 52 steps in order to re-prescribe a new medication, right? Are you telling me that you gotta be kidding me? This is impossible to work with. But unfortunately, that was at the same time that it went live. So of course it didn't work. Of course they had to roll back. Of course they had to dismantle it. Of course they had to beg for forgiveness against the politicians that asked for this in the beginning, right? So we're in this weird continuous phase, and Petter was talking about it. It seems like magical thinking, right? Let's do the same thing that has failed all the time in the past there and hope for a better result. Right? So it's magical thinking. But the core problem here is in the tragedy of the top down in an organization that is governed by really strong professionals. These are not bookkeepers. These are physicians. These are something else. So we see a lot of frustration, stress, anxiety, shame, hatred, resignation from the organization. And after doing this a couple of times, you're sort of fed up. You get thick-skinned in these organizations. You're not expecting that much. And that's kind of a shame, because what is weighed down here is this massive opportunity, this fantastic potential of improving the quality of care. But that is never put center stage. It is an implementation. It is based on the rationale of something else that you don't really care about. But technology undeniably pushes on. And right now we're in a situation, so I run one of the top 3 research environments on digital innovation in the world right now. So the Swedish Center for Digital Innovation. We have 80 researchers from Stockholm School of Economics, Umeå University, and the University of Gothenburg. Many of these guys are at the very cutting edge of technology. And that means that they have to rebuild everything they build every 3 to 4 weeks, right? Because now there are new opportunities emerging. Now there's another way to dramatically increase the quality of what we're building. There's another way of increased quality in solving the problem that we're trying to solve. And from a general level, the shift that we've seen starting from 2022 and the end of 2022 is basically a massive decline in the cost of intelligence. It is now a marginal cost for intelligence, and that changes certain assumptions. What we're seeing now is that I have 5 minutes left. No, good. Great. What we're seeing now is basically the Reformation 2.0, a second Reformation. And if you remember your history, then you know that, well, during the Reformation, Martin Luther got pissed off at the powers that were, and he challenged the Catholic Church on the basis of a couple of underlying assumptions. One of those assumptions was that, well, if you want to be able to speak to God, you have to go to a university and learn Latin, right? Because God only converses in Latin. Second, if you want to speak to God, you have to go through an ordained minister, somebody who's gone to the university and been sanctified, and then you can speak through him, obviously, not her, right? So a very narrow base to get in contact with God. What we've seen happen now during the past, let's say, a year and a half, is the same type of change, but in relation to our communication with the computer. Previously, you had to be able to code. You couldn't speak in your native tongue. Previously, you had to go through one of these weird individuals that have gone to school to learn how to program, right? Guys with long fingernails and stripy hair, weird gazes. Then you have to go through these guys. Now, that's no longer the case. Now, anybody can speak to God. We have physicians at Sahlgrenska, our closest hospital, that are actively working to create their own solutions all the time, right? They're constantly engaged in building new, better digital solutions at basically zero cost or close to zero margin cost. And of course, in direct conflict with the policies of the hospital and the governing body. Right? So they are breaking the rules of the organization when they engage in this. But this means that we are now entering a situation where we have a lot of shadow development, a lot of individuals sitting there solving the actual problems with their domain knowledge, right? Creating new solutions at a fraction of the cost of buying something from the market. They are doing this, which means that we are transitioning over. Previously, software packages were getting bigger and bigger, and then they started to crumble, right? The large enterprise systems started to crumble down into modules. Modules started to crumble down into apps. Apps started to crumble down into microservices. Microservices are now crumbling down into simply code. So bring your own code. You have your system, your system, your system, or not even a system, because that's sort of a meaningless name now. And this changes a lot of the underlying assumptions when you do sourcing of technology in organizations. So when we work with healthcare organizations, we notice that they really don't understand technology. So they bring assumptions about how technology was the last time they interacted with technology, which was in the 1990s. Right, to the table, and they only source through procurement. Right? They buy something because they have zero competence internally in the organization for new tech. They only have for old tech. Right? So these are the assumptions that we see are dramatically changing right now or have dramatically shifted. So, for instance, in terms of development cost, one of the underlying arguments that I see again and again for buying something off the sort of shelf in terms of software is that it is so costly to develop yourself. That is no longer the case. For our coders, development cost has decreased with 98%. Right? If we see a decrease in development cost per unit with 98%, can we then say that it's still too costly? Or do we need to reassess that? We need to reassess it. So there's a marginal cost or a marginalized cost of development. In terms of open source, that was previously seen as something very scary, something on the fringes of the organization. Right? that we see is dramatically changing. The EU is now pushing for it. If we look at the markets for software in Europe, we see that, well, the countries that actually have well-functioning markets have a large portion of open source. It is a good thing also for the proprietary software vendors that there is this well-functioning market, not oligopoly or monopoly in some cases. We used to see dependency of the vendor as something that was innately good. Oh, wonderful, we can have this system for 20 years. That means that we don't have to change for 20 years. The cost of that, the opportunity cost of that is massive. And we also see that this is increasingly becoming viewed as a risk and decelerant. It is now completely, given how the market looks, it is counteracting technological sovereignty in the EU, right? So we're at odds with that strategy as well. And in terms of continuous development, so the idea that, well, once you get the system, that's only a starting point. Once you get this software, that's just the starting point. This will evolve over time because operations actually evolve. The way that we treat patients evolves, right? So we have to be really clear in stipulating the requirements for continuous development, which we see is missing in most procurements and most sourcing decisions. So we have this magnificent shift right now going on. But unfortunately, there's a lag in the understanding in most organizations that we work with. So let me give you an example of how this is playing out. So I got a call from an agency, a big Swedish agency, and they needed to revamp their entire sort of core systems in the organizations, right? So the core system needed to change because it had reached obsolescence. It was going to die within very soon. So they gave me the underlying specs of what their technology team had created. And their guess was 300 million Swedish crowns, so 30 million euros roughly. And it would take 6 years until something was operational in practice. Right? And then they sent it to me for a second opinion. I looked at it and I sent back, it's interesting, it feels like half of this was written in 1992 and half in 1998. So could you explain this to me? Do you want to have a second opinion here? Right? So what could we do given technological development right now? That was 10 million Swedish crowns and 6 months, it should read. Sorry, that's wrong in the slide. This is the amount of increase in pace that we could do with technological development right now and decreasing cost if we have the right competence, if we state the right demands, if we think about this from the perspective of not buying something that should be robust and be there in the exact same setup 10 years later. So magnificent changes. And this is something that we're currently studying in one municipality in Sweden. So this is Sundsvall, northern Sweden, well, mid-Sweden, but it's considered northern by most Swedes. So they were the absolute best in terms of technological development. So doing digital transformation, working with the organizational domain experts and building something new. Every sprint or combined development effort would take 4 months previously, right? And then they infused AI into this. They revamped how they were working. Previously, they were working very much sort of separated from the domain experts. Okay, the domain experts say what they want, they interpret it from the tech team, deliver it, no, it's not what we wanted, back and forth, right? What they do now, they sit everybody around a table for 10 days. You have your developers, you have your domain experts, and the domain experts aren't the bosses, right? They're the actual practitioners. And then they just build it together for 10 days. Then you have a working system, fully under lifecycle management. Think about this change, what this does to the pace of the organization, to the shift in power of an organization, to the shift in pace of development. We are now in a situation where we can actually do something for real. But it's built on this idea of not buying the big one ring to rule them all. It is about doing something smaller. It is about doing something bottom up, basically. Not deciding on something and then just pushing it down into the organization and hoping that they will not resist too much. Yeah. So building it from the ground up. And there's a wonderful example of this from Avanti Finance. Does this mean time is up? Yeah. 8 minutes, wonderful. So I wanted to give you this example because it's a wonderful, weird example from technological development. So one of the hardest markets to work with when it comes to software development is the Indian banking sector, because it's highly regulated. When regulation changes, right? So you have to build software in a manner that is very agile and very nimble, right? But at the same time, you have this massive scale, so you have to do it really cheap as well, right? So you have to combine low cost with agility. And that is a difficult thing. So the person who created Google Maps, he left Google and wanted to do something for the prosperity of humanity. He wanted to create something big, not like Google Maps, but something really big, right? So he was thinking about this. And then he decided that instead of everybody just buying software all the time from the shelf, right? Maybe we could design a platform that creates platforms, right? That we could build something where the actual practitioners can just specify what they want and it will generate this system or platform for them, right? Isn't that a wonderful idea? So he got the backing of one of the wealthiest families in India, and they run Avanti Finance. So he got the backing financially under the request that his first case would be Avanti Finance, because they do microloans. And microloans are inherently low margin, right? So it has to be a cheap system. And they are inherently very different from different regions of India, because the people actually taking these loans, they will have varying abilities to repay the loan depending on where they live and how the monsoon moves, etc. So it has to be very granular, this solution. So he decided that he needed 30,000 developers for 3 years. Then he understood that it was impossible to get 30,000 developers for 3 years, and then he redesigned it with 30. Now, on the basis of utilizing AI. So he utilized AI not through sort of the regular probabilistic AI that we call generative AI right now, but from a blackboard perspective. Because if you have the sort of Gen AI agents, they will try to impress one another. And that's a very bad basis for doing software development. But if you have the blackboard, they're not allowed to interact with one another. They simply read on the blackboard and write on the blackboard how they've changed the code, right? So you get this distance between the agents. He's now been able to create this solution for Avanti Finance that dramatically decreases the cost and that pushes for full automation of development directly to the domain experts. So somebody working in this branch will describe what they need from the system, and the system will generate. This change is now becoming public. So as a foundation, a public good, and it actually means that we are going to see the inherent death of packaged software vendors. So we can see this in the sort of stock market as well. But it raises the question, why would you buy a standardized packaged software anymore? It's just weird. I remember back in the day when we bought EHR systems from really shitty vendors. Just think about how dumb that was, right? So, but we have a tragedy of the low-hanging fruit here. For those of you that can't see, this is a makeshift ladder up into a fruit tree, an apple tree. And at the top of that tree, you have a CTO or a CIO standing there. It's a makeshift ladder, right? It resembles a ladder, but it's built out of scraps because they don't have enough funding. Because the main objective for IT in healthcare has been to decrease the cost, right? In Sweden, IT cost is 3% and has been stable since 2004. So they do that in order to make sure that as much of the money as possible goes into healthcare, right? But at the same time, that means that we have massive productivity losses on account of really bad IT in most organizations. So, but since they built this ladder, back around the millennia turn, there's been a lot of new low-hanging fruit emerging. Unfortunately, that's not in the focus of this IT organization. They're intent on picking those high fruits, right? Because that's their job. But the co-workers, the practitioners, the clinicians, etc., are standing around this tree, seeing all of these low-hanging fruit emerge. And they're like, I mean, this is a wonderful opportunity. I could actually use this to improve my practice. Wonderful. Unfortunately, most organizations have the governance in place making it non-compliant to actually pick those apples. So they start talking to the CTO. Would it be possible to get these low-hanging fruits? Yeah, I'm not too interested in this sort of 6-year idea of you picking that apple. I want an apple now. Yeah. So the organization starts building another makeshift ladder downwards so that they can pick those apples, instead of actually empowering the individuals to start picking the apples themselves. And this is a tragedy that we're seeing emerging right now. And several of the healthcare organizations we work with, they have had these parallel developments with AI happening right now. But what they're doing is now trying to integrate those into the existing governance of digital development, which is based on 1990s technology and possibilities of technology. So we are now sort of trying to institutionalize new tech into old governance patterns. This is not a viable solution. Instead, we see this as what we need to do right now. Most organizations that we work with, they are in a situation where they don't own their own data, and they don't own their own development. That means they've outsourced a lot of this to the market, right? And they don't have the tech savviness, they don't have the know-how in the organization to actually work with that data. They are decoupled from the data, right? They don't have resources or competencies for technological development, which means that they're dependent on procurement there as well. So they have very low agency of the digital, and they have very low development capabilities. This is something that we're now seeing a shift in most public sector organizations, in Sweden at least, where they are trying to increase their spend on IT, their digital intensity. They are trying to build new development capabilities in-house. They are trying to backsource or resource what was previously outsourced to technology vendors. And they are trying to understand that this is a new core competence for us. This is not something you can buy. This is not a tool that you buy sort of on the street from somebody. This is something that is very much the core of our operations. This is the basis for how we can further improve our organization. So to summarize, well, current technology strategy is a proven failure. It is very well proven. There is sound evidence to state that this is really bad, right? And current technological development is undergoing a reformation. We now can develop at paces where we previously couldn't without sort of going through the intermediaries. Domain experts can now build. The new reality topples previous assumptions, where we have to be very careful when we make sourcing decisions, when we make decisions related to the digital infrastructure. We have to understand that these are innately strategic, and they have to be built on assumptions that actually hold. And this drives new approaches to how we organize development, how we set up governance. But unfortunately, the current governance is there to make sure that there is zero change, that there is zero development, that there is only low-cost maintenance of our existing technological stack. So a new technology strategy would require increased agency, control over the data, understanding of the data, understanding of the infrastructure, and the massive increases in development capabilities. That would be my sort of bottom line. You've been awfully quiet, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Johan. It's always a pleasure to listen to you and get new perspectives on our world. Now we will go over to not a boss to me, not been working with him, and so on. So we will get, hopefully I will get a new friend in the future.
Yeah, I hope
so
too.
Welcome Kristaps KRAFTE, the founder and CEO of Prakses Assistents, and you're head of the board of Digital Health Association Latvia.
Correct.
So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. It's a pleasure to speak to you today, and a pleasure to speak after such distinguished presenters right before me. Previous presenter said that the death of packaged software vendors is coming, and I'm a CEO of a packaged software vendor. I know, the way I was sorry for you in the beginning of your presentation, where your dissolution was promised by the previous speaker. So let's see who I promise death to at the end of my presentation. But yes, correct. So I'm, apart from being the head of a software company, I'm also the head of Latvian Digital Health Association. And I'm here to speak on kind of behalf of both. But I'll try to bring a new perspective and a practical experience from I would say, the last 1.5 years being in the primary care sector of healthcare. But before I start my presentation, I would like to introduce you, the audience, with me, so that you know a little more about my background. I was not trained in clinical medicine. I was trained in health economics and innovation from Copenhagen Business School, from the University of Copenhagen's Medical School, and from Erasmus School of Health Policy and Management in Rotterdam. And then I finished my studies in 2016, and I decided to move back to Latvia to start my business. I sometimes teach digital health in Riga Stradiņš University, the main medical university in Latvia. And I founded several startup companies up until now. The Prakses Asistents is the latest, but I started with Vigo Health. We were the first digital therapy and first governmentally paid digital therapy in Latvia and also in the Baltics. Then I switched to Vigo Codes, which was a software development company for clinics. Then Sonora, where we helped large hospitals to code their manipulations better. And then I switched to Prakses Assistents, which is my latest business. For 1.5 years, I've been helping the primary care to work more efficiently, and I've had several learnings throughout this process, and I will share some of the learnings today. This already mentioned. I also sometimes help companies from the Nordics to win Latvian market. Recently, one Swedish company, hospital at home company, entered Latvian market with my help, and now I help a Finnish company, speech to text company, also enter Latvian market. So we'll see how that goes. Now 3 claims about my presentation. My finding is that in primary care, it's actually not the doctor who adopts the AI. It's actually the practice. So more often it's the practice assistant or the nurse who adopts the AI to a much higher extent than the doctor, and I will explain why. Then the limit is not what the AI model can do. The limit is missing or unstructured data. And then the third is that technology doesn't drive the adoption. Actually, the financing or the way healthcare is financed drives adoption. And I will also share some examples on this. Now, Latvian primary care, the area of my daily work. In Latvia, we're about 1.8 million people, and we have around 1,200 general practitioners. Every patient is on the GP list. Next, we have our eHealth since 2016. We have basically all the documents on our eHealth. Not all documents, but almost all documents. E-prescriptions, e-referrals, sick leaves, many other types of documents, laboratory results, radiology results, discharge summaries. I hope we are going to see ambulatory care summaries very soon. The primary care doctors are mostly paid per patient or with the capitation payments, plus bonuses for quality targets. And screening coverage, our domain, is one of the quality targets. And latest the data exists, the structure often does not. The data sometimes comes in PDFs or CDA documents, but even the CDA documents are in large text paragraphs that need to be parsed and understood. So this is a slide which explains kind of our thinking, how we approach the market. We see that there are inefficiencies in the way that primary care doctors are earning their money. And one of those inefficiencies is quality care targets. And you see one of the care targets here, it's the screening coverage, cancer screening coverage. We looked at this, we looked at the table on the right side, and it's quite not so easy to understand, but it's about cancer screenings. And we saw that if we look at the breast cancer, 86% of all GP practices in Latvia got €0 for cancer screening coverage. 86 for breast cancer screening coverage. 86% got €0. And that's not really a clinical problem. They know how to screen, they know what they need to do to screen patients. It's really more of a administrative problem, because nobody really tells them on a daily basis which patients need screening, which patients need to be sent to the screening. And we saw this inefficiency, and we thought that we could do something about it. And and now I'm turning to our solution, and why it's not the doctor that adopts the tool. So, our solution is that we look at the whole patient list in the GP practice, and we connect to the government databases to see which patients need which screening, which patients are discharged from the hospital and need a follow-up, which patients need a certain vaccination, whatever the patients need, really more in terms of prophylactic care, and we have the right connections to the government eHealth database to find out which patient is in the need for what procedure. Now, about the doctor's visit. Doctors, during the visit, usually sees the patient, makes a decision, makes some notes, and moves to the next patient. For each patient, one doctor has around 15 minutes, and that's really basically all the time that the doctor has for that patient. So what happens in between the visits? This work is usually divided by a nurse, doctor's assistant, or an administrator, and they are the ones who work parallel the doctor and who identify which patient is due for what health check was done, and whether it was done in a government clinic or in a private clinic. They call the patient, they call again, and they record the result. So that's not what the doctor does, this is really what the nurse and assistant does. when the AI, we actually also previously thought that AI, that our system will be built for doctors, but really we were wrong, because what doctors need is different types of AI systems, and these are automatic note-takings, including scribes, that also develop visit summaries. They save the time during the visit, and that is real value, no questions about that. But even bigger value is when we think about the population health. And this is where the screenings are, this is where the vaccinations are, this is where the risk assessment can be done. In primary care, we don't see them happening on a doctor's level, we see them happening much higher up in a population level. And this is not, primary care doctors don't have time for this. They don't have time, as I said before, really these are nurses and assistants that have the time to perform these tasks. Now, my second point is the biggest limit is not what the AI model can do, it is the missing data. Even though in Latvia we collect a lot of data in the e-health databases, such as, I mean, you can read them here, I also mentioned them before. We cannot see where those screenings were done, whether what kind of result they provided. We need to dig into the documents to really see that. Some things were never reported. We also cannot see if the invitation to the screening was sent or was not sent, and we don't see the invitation number. However, we thought that we're gonna try to work with existing health data and try to make a solution out of that. So we did not wait for the government to implement complete data. We built for the data that was, we built for a situation where data is never complete. And this is a situation not only in Latvia, but everywhere else we have looked, they encounter very similar situation. Number one, our system never says that something did not happen. It says there is no record of such event. We also show where every fact came from. So when they click, and you will see in a moment, when the doctors click on the date, they always see the actual fact, the document. We make it easy to correct, and we close the loop. Doctors can then input information into our system too. Now, this is very simply what the cancer screening list looks like. So we show, can I use the pointer here? Let's see, yes. So here we show patient's name, and this is what the doctor sees. And then at the very end, we also put the latest screening date and also the latest date of the latest result of that screening. So very easy, and this is delivered to the nurse practitioner. And we don't know how long a solution like this will last. We see the technology develop super quickly, so who knows if in 1 or 2 years this will be obsolete, but for now this really brings a lot of value to the GP practice. Now the next is vaccinations, and a very similar thing here. We show the practice personnel which patients need which screenings, which vaccinations, and what was the latest date of the vaccination, and also is the first vaccination performed, is the second one needed, or is the second one performed, the third one is needed. So they always are up to date with their specific patient list. Before I started working on this project, I was sincerely surprised that a system like this did not exist before. And perhaps in other countries it does already exist, but we basically built this from the ground up. We had very little inspiration from whatever else is available out there. But this is really what brings a lot of value to the practice's day-to-day work, and also to their finances, because by using this system, they can finally earn the potential they could have earned. Now, one more thing that we just implemented, and this directly uses AI, and in fact our own locally hosted model. We released this about 10 days ago. So it's a discharge note follow-up. So right now, when hospital discharges a patient in Latvia, GPs don't get the information that their patient was discharged. They only see the patient if the patient sends them a text message, or if the patient goes to the doctor and tells them, hey, I was just discharged, what do I need to do next? So about 50% of the follow-ups were missed because the GPs never found out. In theory, they could find out because they could go to the government e-health platform and by a miracle find a patient who was recently discharged by looking up the recent discharge notes, but they don't usually do that. So we made a proactive system where the practice on a tri-weekly basis asks for whether was any of my patients discharged. Then we get the whole discharge note, which looks quite crazy. I'm going to show what it looks like, but it's an HL7 CDA document, a structured document that's rendered in an HTML, and it looks quite crazy. But we render it in a beautifully structured document, a beautifully structured page, which includes the follow-up tests and monitoring, and then basically all the things structured really well with the help of AI. And then what the practice does goes back into the record. So what does it look like? The discharge note looks like this, and you can't read anything, and in fact the doctors usually can't either. The font is so small that it's basically intelligible, plus it's all in one big paragraph. There are blood tests in that paragraph, there are manipulations in that paragraph, there's everything in that text paragraph. We then restructure it, diagnosis put them separately, admission, discharge notes put them separately, medication therapy put separately, tests needed put separately. And what it looks like now is something like this. This is, of course, just a demo, but we structure it in very specific very specific sections, and with the medication list that looks just like you just saw. And what doctors do now, they have told us now in the past week, basically, that they don't almost go and search for the discharge note in the e-health system. They go directly to our system to see if it's there, because it's just so much more readable. And this is done because of the AI. This was not possible with any kind of, it was almost impossible to deliver this kind of structure on a large scale with just algorithms. This is AI who helps us deliver something like this. Now, one of my points is also that the payment drives adoption, not the technology. Why? Because if these cancer screenings, vaccinations, and follow-ups would not be a part of quality criteria, then doctors would not have that much interest in using our system. And we created this as a result of such payment structure. Therefore, I do think that until the payment structures stay the same, the level of innovation or the speed of innovation will be slowed. If the payment incentives change, we might see the technology developing or being implemented. Technology will develop, but the question is whether it will be implemented. Let's see. So this is exactly what we see. If coverage is paid, coverage is measured, the practice sees its gap, a financial gap, and then the behavior changes accordingly. For the past year, we have reached at 12% of all GP practices using our product. The screening response rate has grown rapidly, we can see that. It was actually minus the country's average before. With the practices that we work for now, it's plus 15%. And it also directly influences their income. This is a quarterly increase that they see. Now, as I said, I'm here not only as an entrepreneur or CEO of a health company, I'm also here on an association basis, and I heard a lot of talk being geared towards European regulations, including the AI Act, rules for reusing health data, and also putting European health data space into practice in small countries. And I really think that we are not far from EHDS being implemented in Latvia, and in fact we're one of the first countries who do that, but we need help. So I'm looking for an association-to-association collaboration to make this happen. Thank you very much. This is it.
Thank you, Kristaps, for a very interesting approach on how to think about this. We have a couple of minutes for questions. If you have anything for Kristaps, please raise your hand. Dipak, you normally have questions.
I could invent a question.
Yep.
But I mean, I would rather give space to the other audience members. It was a lovely presentation, and there are a lot of things in what you showed that were really fascinating. The area that I think, for me, is an anxiety point, which I would love to get your feedback on, is the accuracy of using AI to extract clinical concepts from narrative in order to produce a structured summary. I can 100% understand why any practitioner would jump to those elegant structures and not read the dense narrative. So I have no doubt that the mission is great. I could also see, having got that computable data, if a patient was discharged, 4 times in the last 2 years, you could even do trends and graphs and charts. So everything actually really screams how important and valuable this is, except the question about the reliability of the clinical extraction, because they're not going to look at the narrative anymore. They're going to trust you.
Yeah.
How do you find the accuracy?
Yeah. So this is actually the reason why we released this only 10 days ago. We were working hard to make sure that the accuracy is there. But your question almost begs a different question. What's better for the clinician? A discharge note they will never understand or never therefore read, or a discharge note that is 99.7% accurate, so not missing 0.3% in accuracy, but which they will read?
Oh, you're very clever. That is the holy grail question. No, you're absolutely right. And I think, in a way, what your question poses is a broader question about everything else.
Yeah.
Is no information or misinformation safer? For example, in my speech, I mentioned, you're ill in Rome, summary is in another country, can you get it? GP in Rome or practitioner is safer. If you couldn't get it, they'd ask the patient and figure out from what the patient said the best fit. If they get information but it's wrong, they won't ask the patient and they'll trust what they receive, which might be worse. And I don't think that's an answerable. It wouldn't be fair for me to ask you that question, but I think it's a question for our community to play with. Is a nearly accurate, structured summary so powerful and valuable because the narrative won't be read? Your answer was great. Or is it almost better to say, if it's not going to be accurate enough, don't try. The GP doesn't get misled and is then forced to read the narrative they don't want to read if they really want to know the answer. And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I think it's almost, the same discussion that people have about self-driving cars. It's proven that they are safer than the human driver, but they're not 100% safe.
Yeah, great answer. Great answer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a comment about the accuracy point. Your solution kind of reminded me the Estonian tool for data viewer that we have built for our doctors. And it doesn't use AI at the moment, but the idea is basically the same, to deliver all the scarce information in all the places into one view. And in the beginning, doctors said that, well, this is crap. And we said, well, this is the data you put in. And this has really changed the ways doctors think about what they put in the system, where they put it.
Good point. Yeah, thank you.
Janos, please.
Just going back to this accuracy issues, you said you have actually checked it. In which way you have you read this? Like, what was the numbers? How you did it? So, because it's pretty complicated to do this, I guess.
Yeah, we have doctors that are going through those documents manually and then checking them against the output of the AI. And we received 99.7% accuracy, but really I think it's going to increase even more, because what we saw is that, and what we also fixed is that data was presented accurately, but in the same, but in a different, so sort of in the wrong place. So let's say the manipulation data was in lab test aisle or something like that. So the data was correct, the placement was incorrect. So really, we don't see, the data accuracy issue is actually very small.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, please.
Hi. Yeah, I think that talking about AI and talking about new technologies, we always will get to this accuracy question, right? And we have been seeing this in AI, for example, since 2016, when radiologists first get to the AI, right? I think that Finland was one of the first to do the research on this, and so on and so on, right? But I think that the main point here on accuracy and on AI is transparency. What was mentioned yesterday, actually, in several of the conversations, right? So, for example, in AI, in visual diagnostics, there are AI tools where you can see that, look, I'm 29 or 99.5% sure that what I'm showing you is a fracture. You, as a doctor, you need to figure out, is it really a fracture and what you are going to do, right? And accuracy is one point, but what your actions based on that feedback, on that transparency is the main question. Because if you are like was mentioned, this alert fatigue, right, is the same thing what you are going to do if you have those alerts often, right? So you will just forget about them and you will make a mistake, right? So accuracy needs to be equalized with transparency. And if Kristaps, for example, can show for his doctor somehow with the Q&A, with quality assessment, say that, look, I'm 99.5% sure that this is accurate, then this 5% is on the decision makers' shoulders how to do it.
No, I think it's a great point, and perhaps something that I did not mention. We, of course, inform all of our users that our system can make mistakes. And they always, and the data provenance is so important, they always can click one button and see the original. So it's right there, and they know where to look.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this session. I think we will round up now and have time for lunch, but I would like you to remember to see the wholeness of this discussion. I mean, we started with Nele, pointing rather upwards. We had Dipak also continue to keep his hand upwards. And we had Petter pointing towards the reality, and then he waved up again, saying AI will fix everything. And then Johan took it really down. And now we also heard that it's working on the reality also. So I thank you all speakers with a huge applaud for your insight you have given to us today. Thank you. And lunch is served outside. Perfect. Thank you. So, welcome back after lunch. We will start our next session now. And we will talk about health data governance and European health data space implementation. And I'm happy to introduce the moderator of this session, Elina DRAKVIK. And I must be honest to say to you all that it was the first time I met her in person last year here in Tartu. Before that, I only met her in public consultations. And after listening to her, I become more polite in my answers about TEDAS. And it's interesting to see how we have developed the TEDAS concept and so on. And one of the things I discovered as a Swede then was that TEDAS means factory. So what they have actually been doing is saying, well, if now people is pointing upwards there, we need to get things done also. And now we are on version 2, TEDAS 2. So with that, the session here is yours.
Excellent. Thank you, Lars, for the introduction, and very happy to be here also this year and to host this session on health data governance and EHDS implementation. I will start this session. I will give a more broader European level overview with regards to the TEDAS 2 developments, but then I will also narrow it down more to the Nordic level, and then we will go more into the details of the national level developments. So, I'm Elina DRAKVIK, and I'm leading the TEDAS 2 joint action. I'm working as the senior lead at Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. Sitra is a public organization, independent fund, but we also have this other hat that we are wearing for the moment for the TEDAS 2, as we are the national competent authority and leading the preparations for the EHDS implementation. So I will talk more focusing on the secondary use of health data and TEDAS 2 But as I mentioned, there's also a Nordic level initiative, VALO, Value from Nordic Health Data, that I will discuss briefly in my presentation. And then moving more to the national level developments, I will not so much discuss the national level implementation of EHDS, as that will be then discussed in the panel at the end of the day, but I will draw your attention to this Finnish health data space proposal, for which Sitra has also played some part. But now to TEHDAS 2. Many of you are familiar with TEHDAS 2. As you know, we started with TEHDAS, so-called TEHDAS 1, that was more focused on providing the options and recommendations for the member states and the Commission how the secondary use of health data could be implemented at the European level and how the European level collaboration and the architecture could look like. So it was feeding into the proposal that then came out from the Commission how the EHDS should actually look like. And we know we have now the legislation in place. It has already entered into force. And as Dipak was excellently presenting, the timelines for application will start. The implementing acts will come out in 2027, so next year, March already. We are in a hurry, and the application for the secondary use will start in March 2029. So, of course, for that, we need concrete actions and measures for the implementation. So in TEHDAS 2, we are preparing the concrete guidelines and technical specifications to help to indicate and guide in practice what the EHDS means in practice for the data users, data holders, but of course also for the health data access bodies. And I have to confess, when we are talking about TEHDAS 2, the guidelines, they are most of them are actually aimed for the health data access bodies, because we have to start from the governance, have in place a strong framework for the governance. But of course, we have also started the work that what this means for the stakeholders, for the health data holders and health data users. And why these guidelines that are coming from TEHDAS 2 are so important? Because they will feed into the implementing acts that the European Commission is currently drafting. So what is done in TEHDAS 2 is very meaningful in that sense that we are hoping that we see also the results of the TEHDAS 2, this expert work, translating then into the work in the implementing acts. And what this will lead to, better preparedness for the implementation of this regulation, but also less fragmentation at the European level when it comes to the secondary use policies and practices in member states. So the main aim of TEHDAS 2, that is towards the harmonized implementation of the European health data space. Having said that, we also see that this is also the main challenge we are facing. So how do we ensure that we are really moving into the same direction? And the focus of the TEHDAS 2 is to agree on the common elements at the European level. But we know that there is, of course, also some leeway in some regards for the member states to decide what kind of approach they will take and how to implement the system then in practice. But we are focusing in TEHDAS 2 on these key elements, so data discovery. As Dipak excellently gave in his overview, how do we make the data findable in the first place? So having in place standards for metadata, Health DCAT AP standard that will be used in the context of the EHDS. Having also in place harmonized approaches, processes and templates for accessing the data. And also ensuring that we have common specifications for the IT infrastructure for safe processing. And having also in place the citizens' rights. So what it means in terms of opt-out, having the right to opt out, how to implement that, what it means in case of significant findings, how do we make it transparent for the citizens that for what purposes their data will be used for, and also ensuring collaboration throughout the whole ecosystem. So how do we work in practice together, the data holders, the data users, but also the health data access bodies, and to make most out of this regulation. So a little bit about the timeline. TEHDAS 2 started in May 2024, so 2 years ago, roughly, and we will finish the project in December this year. So still a few months to go, a lot of work, but as you have noticed from the public consultations, a lot has been also done already. So we have had so far 3 public consultations in January 2025, in September, November 25, and the last one now before this summer. And of course, what we want to provide in TEHDAS 2 is this concrete guidance that can be used by the stakeholders, but of course also by the authorities. So we have mapped our deliverables, all the documents that we are producing along this so-called EHDS user journey. So moving from the data discovery to data access, how to prepare the data, who is doing what, in order for the data then to be used in a secure processing environment. And then moving to the finalization part of this project. So what it means for the data users and how do they have to report the outcomes. So I will guide you through. I will not go into the detail, all the documents, because altogether in TEHDAS 2 we will be producing 21 different guidelines and technical specifications. So it's a lot of reading, but it's also a lot concrete, practical guidance. Some maybe are a bit more higher level. There's a different level of maturity in terms of the guidance. Also, because of the sort of the leeway that the member states can have in the implementation of the European Health Data Space Regulation. But the blue icon means that these guidelines are already published and available on our project website, so tehdas.eu. And you can find all these guidelines there. And then the yellow icon means that these were the guidelines that were in the final public consultation, so just before summer. And these guidelines are currently being finalized, taking your feedback and input into consideration. Now we have also more guidelines here, and some of the guidelines are more horizontal in nature, so they don't really fit to any one specific step of the EHDS user journey, but are sort of more horizontal in nature. So these, for example, concern the guidelines regarding the fees and penalties, or what I was mentioning about the citizens' rights, so how to implement the opt-out, or how to inform about the significant findings. And also here, this same color coding applies. So with the blue background, these guidelines have been already published, available on our website, and the yellow ones we are just finishing. A little bit about the public consultation results. So we really do appreciate the feedback you have been giving through our public consultations. We include also the summaries. So based on the feedback that you have provided, we have correlated the topics, what kind of feedback was most frequent, and what was changed, what was added to the document as based on this public consultation feedback and input from you. And of course, we have then also altered the document based on this feedback. So your feedback has really enabled producing a high-level deliverable and document with some real-world application experience or actually having the feedback from the stakeholders in the ground, working with these issues and helping us to also understand what is needed from that perspective. Maybe one of the most common features that was common in terms of all the public consultation and feedback we have received has been that also more specific and more operational level guidance is needed and has been expected. And of course, we have tried to elaborate on some of the issues that were missing or were incomplete at that draft stage. But in some cases, this has not always been possible to address all the wish lists that we have received. But of course, this also means that we do see the need for updating also the TEHDAS 2 guidelines. So we have done what has been possible at this specific time point, but we also see that more operational level guidance will become topical in the later phases with concrete decision trees, flow charts, checklists, to have it kind of more tools available that can be used then more concretely and applied when implementing the EHDS. In terms of the numbers, we also, of course, have to talk a little bit about the numbers. So in the first public consultation, we had 4 documents, and we got 78 to 106 responses per document. And these responses were from 15 to 16 different countries per guideline. And altogether, this resulted in around 350 responses. And in the second public consultation, we had really a huge number of documents in public consultation, 11 different guidelines. And we also see that, of course, in the number of responses, slightly lower for some guidelines. So 40 to 99 responses per guideline. And altogether, 760 replies. And here we also tracked how many of these replies were actually consolidated responses. So it was not only by one party, but several, for example, member organizations replied, and then they were submitted as a one response. So in reality, these responses are actually much larger than what we see in the numbers. And then in the third public consultation, we had 7 guidelines, and there we had 52 to 93 responses per guideline. And also here, 500 replies, but including these consolidated responses, so the outreach has been much larger. So we often hear a question that, okay, these are the response rates. Are we happy with the results? Are we happy with the reach? And of course, we have to say that yes and no. So yes, in that sense that we have ticked the box in a way that this was what was expected. These are in line with our KPIs, and of course, in that sense, the mission accomplished, the targets pretty much reached. But then was the bar too low? And I think, well, I don't know if the bar was too low, but if we think about the profoundness of this regulation and how much has to be changed and the consultation numbers in that regard, then we can say that we are not happy. I think we should have reached much, much, much wider outreach. But of course, this is also, it's a regulation and it takes time, so we are in a good place to start. And what we have seen, what has been positive along the journey is that the stakeholder interest has increased during this project because we have seen more lengthier responses, more qualitatively very engaging responses, people wanting to make difference. So it also is a good in that sense that we have been able to involve the stakeholders through these public consultations. So in addition to the public consultations that have really played an important role in TEHDAS 2, we have also organized the stakeholder forums, so 3 altogether, 1 in Warsaw, 2nd one in Copenhagen, and the last one in Limassol, in the context of the EU presidencies. We have also organized 3 topic-specific workshops, so 1 on ethics, 1 on collaboration, and then the last one on the IP rights and trade secrets. We've had also some ad hoc workshops and consultations based on the work package needs and their work. And in some countries, we have also had these so-called national expert groups where we have engaged with the stakeholders on a national level and sought for their input at different ways. And we have external advisory board as part of the project to really also help with the outreach and to bring the external perspective to the project. And we have also the TEHDAS 2 final conference that will be coming up in Brussels on the 16th of November. So the registration is not yet open there, but you are free to register and participate either on site or online, and the registration will be opening then next month. That is about TEHDAS 2. But I wanted to also briefly tell you about another important project that Sitra has been coordinating. This is led by my colleague, Mikael Rinnetmäki. So this is VALO, Value from Nordic Health Data. And what VALO is in a nutshell, it's really about strengthening Nordic collaboration in the secondary use of health data. So creating a model, a collaboration model for secondary use in the Nordic countries. Plus Baltics, we have broadened also the participating countries along with the project. And also, as we are discussing the EHDS implementation, really prepare for the implementation from the Nordic perspective and how we can collaborate as Nordic countries or the new Nordics, so a bit broader participation list, including the Baltic countries. And here what we have organized are these competence forums. This has been a major learning that we really need a safe space, discussion in more detail, what it means in practice so that we can move in terms of the implementation of the regulation towards the same direction. And what are the learnings in different countries? And what are the difficulties? What are the challenges? And what could be the solutions forward? So it has really enabled, through these competence forums, so having the participants from the ministries and authorities to discuss together how we are going forward in practice and what it means in legal terms, what it means in terms of the roles for the HDAPs and what kind of other measures need to be put in place. As Lars was saying in the beginning, it is the discussion that we really need, and we also need to have dedicated time for this exchange and discussion. So this has been very helpful in that regard. And also what has been produced in VALO are these concrete projects, pilot projects, really testing the use of data across the country borders. So having this kind of a testing platform in place and to learn from these experiences. I will reveal something, but not too much. So this is one example, one of the pilot projects. on federated data analysis. So this was about the comparison on the quality of care for patients with metastatic non-small cell lung cancer. This pilot study was carried out in Norway, Finland, and Denmark, and then we also had some observers. So this study used the OMOP common data model, and the main conclusion, the encouraging conclusion, this was a bit of a proof of concept study, was that this federated analysis worked. So that is good news. We have managed to do something on a very concrete level, having this pilot study in place. But having said that, of course, there were also some learnings. It was really also observed that there is definitely need to strengthen data collection and storage practices. We know that the coding practices also varied. There was also the waiting time was longer than expected. This was a simple study, or we call it the so-called very simple study, benchmarking the quality of care. But it was observed that for these, even for these kind of studies, more time should be really reserved for this multi-site coordination, because things do get complex or more complex when you are going across borders and when you are dealing with the different sites. So it was estimated that actually you should, in your estimates for this multi-site coordination, double the amount of time that you in the first place intended to. And this study was led by IQVIA. If you want to know more about VALO projects and the other pilot studies and results, you are very, very welcome to attend the Nordic Health Data Summit. It is coming on 23rd of September in Oslo, and it will also organized online. On-site registration closes on 7th of September. The participation is free, but you have to register in advance. And then lastly, I will talk a little bit about the national level developments. So the Finnish health data space proposal. This is really a proposal. This was also a study. It was funded by Sitra. So we didn't do the study ourselves, but it was done by consultants. It's always good to get the fresh new ideas and new perspectives, because as we know, no country is ever really ready. We have to improve constantly. So this paper is more perhaps on a visionary level. It's not so much about the concrete implementation or what would be really the key next steps, but it's really painting kind of the picture. As we all know, the costs of healthcare are rising. We have unique opportunities using the data to bring out solutions, use AI and data, bring concrete solutions that can improve patients' lives. So we have to also take this opportunity. In Finland, yes, we have been in a way kind of pioneers in this field in the secondary use. We have had the legislation in place since 2019. We already have in place FinData. We are very well equipped to advance with the EHDS. But what are we doing at the national level? So this paper is really more like a discussion starter. How do we unify? How do we unite our data and actors ecosystem so that it's also really bringing the results and we can take upon these advances and the technology advances? So it builds on the data infrastructure part. There are three kind of main layers in this proposal. How to unify the scattered data reserves, how we can ensure that the data is of high quality, but also how we can connect the data safely and use we have this LUMI supercomputer in Finland that is the largest supercomputer in Europe. And now we also have a new supercomputer, Roihu, that will be made available, and that will be actually then applicable for sensitive data, for example, the use of health data. So how do we use the data infrastructure in an optimal way? And then, of course, having in place the permit authority, we have FinData already in place, but this means that how can we make the most out of the system, and how do these work together in a unified manner? Because now, at the national level, these are kind of different processes, different authorities. They are in their own, I wouldn't say silos, but I still said. Okay. And then how do we ensure that we have this RDI, the research development and innovation piece of puzzle in place, that we can benefit from this data infrastructure and the permit system, so that we have the collaboration in the ecosystem place and how we work together more efficiently. So it's not a radical paper in that sense. You have to have in place the main pieces, but it's more like how do we organize ourselves at the national level so that we can make most out of the system. So what is happening now? This paper was launched already in February this year, and since then that has been on ministry's table, but there are some advances now, especially regarding the last block. That's why it's also in light blue. Maybe I should have put it in green, because it shows a bit more green light to that direction. So now the ministry has nominated a working group, where this working group will be assessing in more details what should be the next steps at the national level, how we can move forward, especially to create this kind of ecosystem level collaboration for the RDI innovation. And that is all for my part, so I want to thank you for your attention. And now, as I'm also moderating this session, I want to introduce to you the next speaker. So we have Dr. Julius JUODAKIS. And Julius is the health data lead from the State Data Agency of Lithuania. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Right, let's see if this works. Yeah, so thanks, Elina, for introduction. Like you mentioned, I'm Julius. I'm from Lithuanian State Data Agency. For those of you already speaking the EHDS language, will be the HDAB, the Health Data Access Body for this. Other than that, we're the National Statistics Institution. We do a lot of data analysis. We're part of the government, basically responsible for anything to do with data analysis. I think having been here, I still need to say a few words about the Lithuanian health system overall. It won't be very surprising to most of you, since it is quite similar to what you have in Estonia and I think Latvia as well, but nonetheless. I think in terms of the digital data flows, everything is centered around our digital health data platform that uses the HL7 FHIR data standard to allow exchange of data between all different healthcare providing institutions. Now, naturally, there are healthcare facilities such as hospitals, pharmacies, GP clinics that are creating this data, and they have more data in their own systems still, so not everything goes into the national platform, but there is a rich resource of data that needs to be shared and accessible to all specialists, all patients in the country. Now, that is, of course, supplemented by disease-specific registries, disease-specific databases such as cancer registry, national insurance fund databases. But what's important for me and for us today is that all of this data can be used in our national data lake, in the state data governance platform that is run inside my institution. Now, the eHealth, the digital health platform, is probably what you can imagine. It's about 10 years old. It has the reporting of all healthcare visits is mandatory. Now, of course, that doesn't mean it's actually reported in 100%, but a substantial proportion of the healthcare visits should be reported there. Vaccinations, allergies, medical images, or various diagnoses, procedures should be recorded there. But as in all health databases, most of the clinical information is unstructured. So if you imagine the records, they look something like this. We have a lot of administrative information that is relevant for the clinicians, that is used for like administrative tracking, who went where, at what time. This is nicely structured, but the clinical information is in doctor's favorite format, free text narrative, that a person came in, had such and such, lab tests, here's some medications in my shorthand that I would like to prescribe to that patient. So most of the clinical information is unstructured. E-prescriptions is maybe one good exception. We have a very nicely standardized prescription database that records basically all reimbursed medications, their prescriptions, the dispensation data, so we can see when the patients took out their prescription, we can see if they adhered to what was prescribed. That is all really well structured with indications why something was prescribed in ICD codes and all that. The other big database is insurance claims database, because most of the health services in Lithuania are paid by our national health insurance fund, so they record all their reimbursement claims about drugs, about services, about all that in their own separate forms. So again, we have a rather deep coverage with nice structures, but these are unique structures. These are national level formats that are not shared with other countries. And they are collected specifically for insurance purposes. So they often don't have the interest in clinical details, and they're organized in a way that matters for economists and not for clinicians or researchers. Like I said, there's also some disease-specific registries. Their main function is reviewing, correcting primary records, basically curating certain data sets in certain topics. They don't usually rewrite the entire database, but on average we can expect that something like 30% of records in a typical EHR are incorrect, so they validate those, remove or correct them as needed. And of course, local IT systems, like I said, they have their own, big hospitals, pharmacies have their own IT systems. They might have their own custom user interfaces for their doctors. They might have their own custom analytics. So really, a lot of IT development is still going on inside each of the major hospitals. The smaller providers typically use only the national data platforms. But what's interesting today, I think, is the national data lake, where all of this can be linked, can be analyzed together, and can be sort of shared with the data spaces such as EHDS. Now, our favorite metaphor is that we are the lake because we have data streams incoming from all the data holders in the public sector. We're creating results such as official statistics, such as live dashboards. We're doing some operational statistics, such as, when COVID pandemic came, there was a lot of real-time monitoring with a delay of a day or two of the number of vaccinations, of the number of cases, number of deaths, all that. So all that had to be produced through these official channels. And now we're also in the function of providing data for public use, so for research, for innovations, for private sector as well. The lake currently contains about 800 connections to different public sector databases, around 13,000 data tables, thousands of other data sets are cataloged but not yet included in the data lake. But that's covering all different topics, so not only health, but also education, all that. And one, again, important feature in Nordic and Baltic countries is that we all have personal codes assigned to us at birth, so it can be used for unambiguous linkage of data from different sources. So employment records, benefit records, disability days, study records, down to daily grades, all of this can be linked in our data lake, so you can really explore, for example, the socioeconomic impacts of certain, let's say, medications or health interventions. You can do value-based modeling of healthcare. You can do a health inequality analysis and all that in our agency. The process, to put a scheme, but again, this is what you've heard today a few times, is that an applicant who wants to access the data, they would apply to us, and we have an online form for that. Then we, as the data agency, get in touch with the different data holders. We collect the data that is needed, we link it, we provide it to the applicant, pseudonymized, in a safe remote environment, with a fee typically, with some exceptions. Fee needs to be proportionate for the effort put in compiling, extracting, linking this data. So this isn't some kind of commercially based fee for the perceived market value of this data, or to recover the investment in the original EHRs or something like that. So these are usually low fees on the scale of, a couple thousand euros just for the time put in preparing this specific application. We're using a remote environment as a secure processing environment in the EHDS sense. So again, the applicants who receive our data, they don't receive it on their computers. They can connect via browser to our environment, do some programming, do some no-code analysis, get their results, and use those results elsewhere. The most use cases, the biggest, let's say, use or value for the society out of this data lake so far has been, I'd say, not in research or private sector innovation, but really in optimizing the public sector, healthcare, optimizing management and all that. Because we already have a national healthcare platform where all the health providers need to submit their records by law. This is very much used by the government to, let's say, track different healthcare outcomes in different hospitals or in different regions, compare them. This is now even linked to the directors' wages of these hospitals. So, for example, certain Ministry of Health employees are tracking these dashboards for, let's say, this specifically is for re-hospitalization after hip replacement. And if you have good results here that few of your patients are re-hospitalized, that is one of the many, many indicators that go into calculating the salary for the hospital directors. So it again is encouraging the data providers to provide more data into the national systems, and hopefully they're providing it truthfully. What's important for us is that we are not just a data forwarding institution, we are also a health data competence center, because we are the ones also building on this data. We are the ones serving the requests. We know what kind of data people need. We know what's the difference between different databases, what's the coverage of those records. We can do more technically challenging analysis than some hospital that wouldn't have dedicated data analyst staff. So we're also trying to put this data on a more international, let's say, podium. We're trying to make reference publications where we analyze the coverage of this data set, and just to have these reference materials out there that would serve as metadata for everyone else. But I think the topic of today really is the ideals that are set out on paper or in our minds versus the real life sort of implementation of these ideals. So I want to dwell a bit more on that and say, are we ready for EHDS if we have that? Well, what does the EHDS require? The EHDS requires a national center that collects data from data holders and provides it to users, a public catalog where users could try to discover any health data available in the country, an online application system for them to apply, a secure environment where you could analyze this data, and to do all of this across borders equally. Now, do we have that today? You probably recognized a lot of things from just a few slides ago. We have a national data center. We kind of have a basic version of a health data catalog that has its own challenges, but I'll come back to that. We definitely have an online application system. We do have a secure environment for data analysis. We are piloting some cross-border projects, and I'm very happy that Valor project is piloting as well. So I'd say we are EHDS ready today if we are looking at this in terms of formal compliance. But now, how do we go from formal compliance to real usability? Is that it? Are we now, ready to share data? I'll highlight maybe some, I need to go into the details for this a bit, but so I'll try to do this with an example of a data catalog. Now, it's easy to achieve formal compliance with the EHDS. You provide entries in a certain format, you post them online. Of course, it's very difficult to cover the whole national, all the data holders nationally, but let's put that aside and let's just talk about the contents of data catalog. Now, Finland is, I think, definitely the leader in Europe. They have a very good, very rich data catalog. But now, nonetheless, if I, as a researcher, am trying to discover some data using this, sooner or later I will run into something like this. This one big data set that is called quality registries. And if I go into the metadata, I'll see something like that, that one column will have question names, another column will have question answers. I don't know what kind of questions were asked there, but there's some questions. I don't know what the patients could have answered, but I know that there will be some questions and some answers in this data set. Is this useful for me as a researcher? Somewhat, but it's definitely not enough. I still need to call a person who knows what patients were asked, why they were asked something, what they answered, and all that. A more maybe detail-rich example, UK biobank catalog. So for each trait in this biobank, I can just go to this website and see how many people chose which option in this data set. So I can already see if my, let's say, clinical trial or something, if I need to involve people who took this kind of anesthetic, I can already see how many people with this kind of anesthetic were in the biobank, and I can decide to use it or not. There's some similar tools as well in Poland where you can, for example, plan clinical trials by selecting certain ICD codes, certain medications, and see which hospitals might have data on these patients. But these are just a few examples just to show that we really need to dig very deeply into details to make something that is actually useful for the user. And that is not just a step for the first contact. And if we're talking about data space, I think one other thing to emphasize is that a lot of people might imagine this as a space, as a very nice lake where you just put in some data and now it's immediately useful for everyone, it's immediately shareable, it's immediately clear. I very much doubt that it will be the case. Local data models are diverse. Local data models often are poorly described. If I show you my National Health Insurance Fund data that looks like this, you probably are not very interested in using this. If you are a big consortium and trying to, join 20 different cohorts from different countries, you don't want to go into the, insurance system specifics of each country. So again, we need to think if we need to introduce some data standards or some other kind of harmonization between the countries, or at least have very good metadata that explains very clearly what is inside each data set. One way to do this, possibly, that we're exploring is to introduce, let's say, international data standards at the facility level. So a popular one is OpenEHR. So imagine the pro of this is that if a healthcare facility already collects their data in the standard, the metadata of the standard is published online, internationally open to everyone. So anyone will know what's a best eye response in the Glasgow Coma Scale if they use this data standard. So that might be one solution for it. Another is to retrospectively standardize the data to some international standards. For example, OMOP was mentioned today, and we're piloting cross-border sharing in the OMOP standard. We're participants in the Darwin EU consortium, which is focusing on the European Medicines Agency's requests for usually like post-market analysis of certain medications. So the way that this works is that there is a coordination center that sets up, that contacts the partners and asks them to structure their data in OMOP for future use. The partners structure the data little by little to OMOP, and then this coordinating center can quickly just shuttle prepared scripts to all the partners when something comes up and quickly get the results back without logging into some other people's remote systems, without reanalyzing their data, without going into the metadata details and all that. So in short, what do we need to take EHDS from there to there a bit? We need either detailed metadata or harmonized structures in similar formats. We need data catalogs that really work, that are intuitive for the user, that have a lot of detail for researchers. One thing that will also be complicated and that I have no solution at this point, we need to involve private companies and research groups in sharing data. How do we knock on Apple's doors and ask them to share, Apple Watch data in a reasonable manner? We need to set up fees for data access that are reasonable, because everyone can say, okay, I'll share my data for 100,000 euros, but we need to solve that. We need to have good technical environments allowing analysis of complex multimodal data, AI agents, all that, and we need to be actually good-natured about this. We need to not abuse these fees, not abuse these timelines, not abuse IP restrictions, GDPR, all that, and try to work in the spirit of, data sharing for our own innovation. So I don't think EHDS will happen overnight. I'm really happy that there's projects that are really piloting it already. We're also very happy to put you in touch with our Lithuanian collaborators if you want to pilot Lithuanian data. We're happy to help with our own tools and know how to share your data. And in short, I think we need to pilot this, otherwise we won't have anything working in those 3 years that we have. So I'm leaving my contacts here as well, and I'll be around for the whole day and tomorrow for any questions.
Thank you. Excellent. Very interesting developments in Lithuania. Do we have any immediate questions for Julius? Or any comments you would like to bring up at this stage? We also have some time in the end for questions. Or anything you want to clarify? It was also very clear, so thank you very much. And now we can move on to the next presentation. So next in line we have Nele LABI, Deputy Secretary General for Innovation, Ministry of Social Affairs, Estonia. Welcome to the stage again. And this time you will be talking about what actually makes digital health work. So welcome.
Thank you. Hi again. Estonia has been praised too much today. It's sort of humbling, because on my everyday work I only deal with problems and everything that's not working, and it's really confusing actually. But indeed, when I meet with foreign delegations, and they do come a lot, it's good to remember that where we come from and how did it happen. So what actually makes digital health work? We started in 1995. Our central e-health system is almost 25 years old. So almost, 23 years ago, we almost were compatible with the EHDS primary use goals. But we are not so good with the secondary use. So we have a lot of learning to do there. But the progress goes on, and we learn along the way, of course. When we have delegations from all over the world, they usually come with like, wow, we want to buy your solutions, we want to buy your code. And I would have to say that our technology, it's fine, it's a good, normal technology. It is not a technological wonder happening here. It actually is a wonder of management. And it's really difficult to sell it to other countries. But what I commend usually is to start with something that benefits the patients. For example, my personal very favorite here, e-ambulance, a digital tool that actually saves lives, not theoretically, but the people have been saved. It means when I fall down here, hopefully someone would call ambulance on their way. They would check my allergies, my operations, and be prepared already. So this is everyday tool here in Estonia and saves lives. Today we share cross-border data with every country possible. So everyone who is ready to share, we join us. But only on clinical levels then, not for scientific research purposes. And what I'm looking forward from this year still is to come the first national genome-based healthcare service. So polygenic breast cancer screening, hopefully in December, I'm really hoping. So one step closer to EHDS goals. But how did it happen? I would say that we didn't have any secrets. As I said, the technology is good, but most countries have the access to the same or at least similar technologies. One reason is we didn't have enough funding. As a new country freed from the Soviet Union, our new government back then decided that let's have e-governance, and they approached the biggest at the time provider, and in this discussion a zero was missing, so we were unable to purchase it from the company. So we decided that we are going to build it ourselves, and there it went on, and soon we figured out that e-health is also one thing to be built. You need to have trust to start, of course, but also you need to keep the trust. Courage to mandate. If you build it and not every healthcare provider is using it, it's not worthwhile. And convenience, so that people will come back to the same solution. So usability, a little bit more into this. In our case, trust is made from transparency and control. All Estonians can go online and close their data from all the doctors. We cannot opt out from research. I hope this stays that way. But yes, you can go. It has been operational for tens of years already. But trust is not solved by that. You have to keep it. We have had accidents. Maybe this is something to take with you when preparing for it. I am quite sure that when we go online, changing health data across borders in great volumes, something will happen. I'm not even saying the increased cybersecurity issues and the more advanced attacks. In 2023, in August, with the next 9 months, we here in Estonia experienced the 3 unimaginable things at the time. The first one was we lost conformity in the central system. That considered impossible, couldn't happen. But basically, my information would appear on your record. Didn't have even idea what to do. It was not so foreseen that something like this could happen. And even today, it's still impossible, but it happened because the problem happened within the private company who sent us the data. So it was mixed up there, and we picked it up. So we are so connected that whenever something happens in another system, we are affected. This will happen when we share data with all over Europe. Somewhere something might happen, and we need to have a response for that. Just 4 months after that, in December, we had the Estonian first ever genome data leak from a private company, from which our hospitals had ordered services from. Private company indeed, but the matter is national, and trust of everyone is not the same. And 5 months after that, we had the biggest ever health data leak in Estonia, again from a private company, a pharmaceuticals company, 700,000 people contacts and drugs still sold in the black market today. So things will happen, and the world is getting crazier. We need to have responses. And our case is that no way we can cover it up. We have to talk about it from the first moment it happens. Even when we still don't know what happened and what will we do, we will go call, first of all the hospitals and emergency services, please do not take the data into account, there is something wrong. And also call the newspapers and say, yes, we are aware that something is happening and we're dealing with it and we will report you immediately. So this is something we all need to be prepared for. Courage to mandate. As I said, tools don't work if everyone is not using them. For example, in Estonia, every healthcare provider needs to put the data in the central system, otherwise we will take away the license. In the occasion where there's a lack of doctors, it's a very difficult decision. So EHDS has to be the same principle. We're all in. Everyone has to join. There can't be exceptions. And convenience for people to use something. Trust is the first step you need to have to try something. But you only go back if it's convenient to use, if it's useful for you. If it makes sense, it saves you money, it saves you time, and gets you your results. So simplicity. I know simplicity isn't something valued as much in everywhere as in Estonia. For example, when I use some other countries' solutions, I'm like, what, 4 steps more? Why? But in general, when we think about how people are using tools, ChatGPT, whatever, Facebook, it's the most convenient solutions that remain. So we need to be very, very simple and lose all the difficulties in the process. So 4 factors: simplicity by design, hopefully. Trust that makes simplicity safe, courage to mandate, and continuous iteration. We still improve every day. The funny thing, you build all those AI systems and new solutions, big portals. People will use it, you see some increases in numbers. What you are really commented on is the smallest things. Last year, the biggest hit here in Estonia was when we started sending emails when you get the prescription by the doctor. So people love the easy things. But it's not that easy, everything. What's still hard? Funding pressure. In general, in healthcare financing system, we see big changes, I think, in everywhere. But I'm concerned about the changes in ICT cost structure as well. We all heard that building with AI makes it so much faster, so much cheaper. We see the same results in Estonia, actually. At the same time, I also see increase because we also own the data and the run prices go up like 30% steadily. I can't see the end of it. When we build really nice solutions, people will start using more data, and this is what we're doing it for. But it means that the usage of data grows, and we get more and more prices going up from this side. In the government, it's possible to get funding for developments, but basically impossible to get long-term costs. I don't think we have solved it yet. Workforce shortage. We have 1 person in Estonia working with EHDS. We have, for most services in e-health, there's 1 person responsible for several. So if 1 goes away, we might lose several services. Or at least who knows what is going on is lost, with the service will remain, but it's very scarce. Trust is under growing pressure. It's not solved. I constantly have to work with it. Every hiccup makes more and more waves, and it's getting very difficult to explain. For example, we had 2 months ago, perhaps, a case here in Estonia where there was claim that our police forces are illegally using health data. And it was not illegal, but our voice didn't sound as loud as the claims that were negative. And communication is genuinely hard. Explaining to people e-health data space, well, I can make 1 sentence, but if they ask me 10 sentences, it's difficult even for me. I agree that on communication we have to improve, and maybe big words before everything happens is not the solution, but we have to go by small projects and deliver and communicate the results. So this maybe is understandable. Where we stand today, so as I said, most of the primary use was anyway achieved with some minor changes. Secondary use is still in progress. This time I think Estonia is not running. We're not trying to be the first one because over the years we had the experience to be the first one, and then after 2 months have to change everything. For example, the COVID certificate, we had it 2 months before operational and every Estonian had it, and then Europe came with a new version explaining to our people to dismiss the last one is difficult. So we'll see how everyone else is doing. Legal changes still in progress. Data quality, the same situation as everyone else here spoke before. Positive side, we are testing a EHDS small-scale AI use for cardiovascular diseases. Also with OMOP-based standards, and to bring it quickly to the doctors and to see whether it delivers the results. We have legacy software as early birds in anywhere, and a little bit scared of over-regulating. We'll see into that. About opportunities, we are trying to increase the pool, although the pool is not working yet. There are third countries interested in joining us. Several actually, but we are currently going into test with Ukraine, and in December trying the first technical solution to use the same tools to change health data with Ukraine. So whether it's technically possible, then we can discuss how to make it legally possible. It could be at first we are trying for clinical purposes so that we can change pharmaceutical information and so on, patient summaries. But also have been in this discussion with Israel, and in scientific purposes, they are interested in pooling the data. So there are more possibilities that we are currently going into. Ecosystem collaboration, and well, Estonian biobank genome data is now already being enriched with health data. So it's combined in the biobank, so ready to take. So let's see how it goes. To conclude, I hope it's simplicity by design at the EU scale. Standards and the legal framework alone don't make it work. We have to make it usable. We have to be mandatory in some cases. And from an Estonian perspective, at first we focus on what creates value in here, so maybe we lack in some points, but we proceed with the ones we see most useful. I welcome everyone to try to test something in Estonia. We are the smallest here in the room, I think. So it's easy to test and fail fast and fail cheap, and then get your new knowledge and build better. I think Nordic-Baltic cooperation is the best way to fail fast. This is a good thing. technology and law create the framework. Trust is needed for the person to try it for the first time. Simplicity decides whether they are going to come the next time as well. And efficiency is deciding whether we as countries are capable to keep those systems. So the 4 goals I see, I hope we are going that way. Done for now, if there are any questions.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much for these insights. Do we have any immediate questions directly for Nele? Yes, we do. Okay, well, indirectly is fine as well. You can.
Thank you. Throughout all those presentations, there was this data sharing theme in background. Also in Baltics, we have this personal code, which I'm a bit afraid of, because personal code is actually kind of public code. In Estonia, we can tie it to any name, for instance, äriregister. How do you guys see how we share this data internationally? Because we can't basically use this code because that doesn't obfuscate the data. Like, I mean, from the perspective of data obfuscation.
Do you want to?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, first of all, as I understand, we don't mean to share the personal code. Only pseudonymized data. But your question still remains, I think. So there is no anonymous health data. So anyway, your identity could be possible to reveal. So this is why we have the secure platforms for SPA.
Secure processing environment.
Yes, secure processing environments. And this is the way Estonia is already going. So we don't give data to researchers, but we invite them to our safe room.
Follow-up questions regarding this EU health platform. Then data there is personalized. So how do we share in there? So it still is the personalized data which we share on this central database. Yeah?
You mean when my prescription is sent to Portugal?
For instance. Yeah.
Yes, they have to know my personal code, otherwise can't get it in Portugal. But there is also, like in pharmacy in Estonia, the pharmacist, yes, is the one who can see it. I think it's quite necessary also.
Actually, quite fast. The question, the answer to your question is there are 2 ways, right? So EHDS 1 and EHDS 2. What you are referring, the second question was EHDS 1, but for EHDS 2, there is an Article 57, which is very, very straightforward for the data security, and it talks exactly about what you asked, how this data is exchanged in terms of secure data environments. And actually also for governments, Article 57 is the one who you need to take into consideration because it will be the most challenging one.
Yes, maybe just want to add that for secondary use purposes, you can only download then from the SPA aggregated level data, so it will not have any personal level data. So I think one of the key principles in EHDS has been that we have to take these safety considerations and also the privacy considerations into account. And there's a very strong emphasis that all this data will be accessed in these secure processing environments so that we will avoid that someone will have access to your personal level data. So that is not the case in EHDS, but we focus on aggregated level data there. And the data in the first place has to be minimized and anonymized, and it can be also pseudonymized. So there are processes in place that will have these the safeguards also from the privacy concerns. But now I would like to welcome the speakers, so Julius and Nele. We have still some time for some panel discussion, and also if there are more questions from the audience, we can also take those, but please take a seat and we can continue discussing a little bit about the EHDS, not going so much into the national implementation. That will be still also further discussed in the panel later today. But from your perspective, you, Nele, you already mentioned the workforce shortages as a challenge. So now I would like to see and hear from you, how do you see this put from the European perspective, and have you planned at the national level some concrete measures how to address this challenge and how that will impact, for example, your education systems? Do you have any reforms in the planning, or just looking forward to hearing a little bit more plans for the future and what you can say at this point?
If you would have a good solution, I wouldn't have the problem. But what I think where the scarcity of workforce is the heaviest is within the group who speak both doctor and ICT. So those people, there is something that can be done with training, and maybe it is also something that in the Nordic-Baltics we could do together, some training programs exactly for that, these competencies. I don't think that we can actually increase the number of doctors or the number of ICT specialists, because population levels in all over our countries are coming down, so it's impossible. I think somehow we also need to sort of see it through and keep in mind why we are doing it. If it succeeds, then we will have more healthier people working for longer and sort of solving the general situation. But yes, I don't have a precise solution.
Thank you. That's also very good to recognize if more actions are needed in that regard. And Julius, what about in Lithuania? Can you say anything, what's in the planning, or what do you see as the needs?
Yeah, I definitely think there is the gap here in terms of skills. We don't have any magical solutions. We do have some new master's programs for, let's say, helping to let's say, doctors gain new skills in IT or vice versa. So there are several new programs planned. Naturally, there's very few people that are able to have this interdisciplinary competence. I guess I'm a bit lucky in that I think a lot of the younger people, they really sometimes become tired of the physician's work, or they really, go through the school and then decide this is quite difficult, or there's a lot of, politics involved or something that they don't like. And there's quite a few people who are trying to re-qualify from being a physician to some other area where they could still use their skills, but, not to directly work with patients. So we're on the hunt for those people. There's a few of those, but I think those make the best experts for what we need here.
Excellent. Now we have talked some of the challenges, and you have already mentioned also some of the challenges and what is the next steps in your countries. But how do you see the current development, and actually what is important but what has not been so much discussed in terms of the EHDS implementation? So what do you think is missing from the conversation, and what should be emphasized perhaps more? What we are not paying attention to enough? Julius, maybe you can start.
So again, okay, one thing that is, I think the data standards is one thing that we here are, talking a bit, even though it's not written as such in the regulation, the secondary part at least. But maybe one other interesting thing is engaging all the different types of data holders. That will be very difficult because the regulation does include private sector data holders, research cohorts, biobanks, and in my opinion, it will be very difficult to approach all of these different data holders and convince them that if they have some rare research data in their drawers, that they need to tell us as the government about it and also share it for a relatively small price. That is written in the regulation, but I don't think we're talking much about how to actually bring it into the practice. I'm not sure if there's any magic solutions to that either.
Yeah, so the difficulty of communicating. And Nele, what is your perspective?
Well, I spent a lot of time here discussing about the usability, which I think has been not covered so much. But to add to that, I would say that maybe we need to start putting effort to have the impact of EHDS, because what I see that our research institutions already provide very good results, a lot of them, but what we don't see is these results made to actual healthcare new services. So what will we do with all the new research results? How can we put it into use for people? I think we have to start preparing for that. It doesn't happen overnight. I think it has been the problem for Europe for quite a long time. And what might happen is that those new research outcomes will be monetized in other countries, maybe only for the wealthier groups of people. So we have to deal with this side.
Yeah, very important point. That actually brings me to my other question, more about how to measure the impact of the EHDS and what metrics we should really use, and how we actually should start preparing for measuring the EHDS impact. Of course, we can think that, oh, well, the application will come in a few years and we have to wait before we get any results and so forth. But should we already be starting to think also how to measure so that we can prepare that? And where should we start?
I think we have to plan, because measuring impact is not easy at all. I don't think it's worth so much to measure uptime and number of application and management time and things like that. But the impact in patient outcomes, the impact in economic value, that takes a lot of work of many scientists. I don't know the correct answers exactly here, but it is time.
And Julius, what is your view?
I'm thinking now, do we measure the impact of health science in general? Do we measure the impact of existing, observational studies and how many euros they generate? I think we often give out grants with the belief that this is, on average, useful to the society. But I don't think we often have, direct, calculations that a lot of this, paid back. Because again, the horizon is, 10, 20 years, I assume, for any kind of commercialization of more basic science, and, from that to impact on the country level, probably another 20 years to feel something. So I imagine you can have public management decisions that have fast impact, like, increased, remind us about vaccination or about, prescription expiry. Those you can see the impact, next month. But if you're talking about new observational study or new genetic associations, it's 20 years from bringing, a single euro of profit, so to say.
Well, I don't agree. I think AI is a game changer here. 20 will become 3.
Yeah, that's true. We are living very exciting times with the technology taking and developing rapidly, and also the AI applications that we are seeing huge increases now also in terms of the implementation. But now
I also think that there will be new services that we can directly connect. We can see that they came because we had EHDS solutions. It won't be the whole impact, but a measurable impact.
Indeed. But now is another chance for our audience to ask any questions or any comments that you might have. Yes, Dipak?
Thank you. Just before my question, I want to thank all of you for really, really excellent presentations. I've learned so much. Workforce is an important issue, and we know that there are demographic shifts and other things taking place, and that we have somehow failed to make routine clinical practice attractive, because we've made people use clumsy systems and do more admin. So whilst they may have thought they were going into the career to treat patients, they are doing less of that and more stuff they hate, so of course they don't want to stay. But when we think about the definition of workforce, who is the workforce? I feel concerned that we are underestimating the value of a currently uncounted workforce agent, the patient. Do you think we should be doing more to bring the patient in to help us mitigate the classical defined workforce challenge?
Excellent question, and thank you for bringing the patient perspective in as well. So Nele, maybe you want to start.
I think it's happening already. The patients at least are interacting with AI more than maybe we would like. Also, doctors are using more AI than maybe is official. So in Estonia, actually, we have done quite a lot to engage the patient already. So, for example, like screening is not something done by GPs and getting in touch with the patient and remind them of vaccination and so on. We do it, everything is automatical. The patient gets notified, but they can still decide. Will they decide correctly? This is something we can improve, of course. But prevention is also the goal of EHDS, where we get more tools to prevent and keep the smaller and smaller number of doctors not occupied with everyone who shouldn't be there.
And Julius?
Yeah, it sounds like there's probably two different ways of involving patient that come to mind immediately. Well, one is, again, the primary care, in which, like you say, the patient plus AI takes off some workload from the GP himself. But there's, I think, another one. It's a little bit mentioned in the EHDS and the secondary use about patient-enriched data or patient, maybe there's a different word for it. But again, we're talking about, wearable devices. We're talking about self-reported outcomes. We're talking about food diaries or anything else interesting that you can come up with. And I think those are, much more interesting data for researchers, very rarely collected data for research, very rarely collected at scale and available at scale. So I think that could be a real deal changer, maybe that changes this from just sharing administrative data to, having one single platform where patients could enrich existing clinical records, correct them, improve on them.
Excellent. So now we are moving to the final question, talking about patients and citizens. So what is your one key message about European health data space, and what would you like people to remember or to understand about EHDS? I know that's a difficult question.
I think we, the implementers, are treating EHDS as a data project with a slight touch of health in it. But people will experience EHDS as a health project that just happens to run on data. We sort of need to change our perspective perhaps to, at least for some times, to see how it comes out of the other side.
Indeed. And Julius?
I think the primary use is probably the most relevant for the patient. Again, the ability to take the records with you elsewhere. And again, maybe it's a chance to remind people that, you know, since the GDPR times, their data is their property and they're allowed to see it and allowed to carry it and use it. I don't think the secondary use is that interesting for the patient because, again, all of our countries have had, you know, secondary use of health data, at least nationally, for a while. And in our experience, it's not terribly interesting for the patient organizations. They don't know the details, they don't care particular, and it's often more of a they're more maybe susceptible to various, I wouldn't say misinformation, but they're, without knowing the details, they're susceptible to being slightly manipulated, I would say, by either pharma companies or somebody else, or politicians, you know, wanting to achieve one or another goal, because data is such a scary word. You can easily say, oh, your data is being shared, or, oh, the government isn't sharing your data with us, or something like that. That really simplifies it. So I don't think secondary use is terribly interesting for population at large.
It's more abstract in a way.
It's more abstract.
Yeah.
I think it should be just understood as one more government service, that naturally the government will, you know, administer your taxes, naturally the government will administer your healthcare provision and all that. But primary use is, I think, where it has more substantial everyday impact.
Until the first data leak, then it becomes interesting for everyone.
But let's not wait for that. I think we are very much in a better position if we start preparing at this moment and also communicating, even though it's difficult and challenging. So we still have to do it, and everyone can pay sort of attention to it and be more active in terms of it. But I really want to thank everyone in this session, the speakers and the audience, for taking also part in the discussion. So we have gone from the more European level developments to Nordic level and Baltic level collaboration. We see the need for concrete pilots and case studies, and that is also what we have witnessed in TEHDAS 2 when we hear from the stakeholders that what are the next steps. So of course, in terms of also our guidance, this cannot stay as a paper exercise. We really have to implement and try things out in practice. And we also see in the next steps that we also have to refine and elaborate the guidance as the landscape evolves all the time. So thank you for this session, and now is the time for the coffee break.
Okay, welcome back everybody. So there's good news and bad news. The bad news is we are missing the first member on the agenda of the speakers, which means we have 2 speakers in this session. But what's the bad news? Is I'm going to say that when they've finished, we actually have some questions and a bit of discussion, which means you have to stay awake and listen to what they say and be prepared to think of questions. So I don't need to introduce me, I'm Dipak, as you know, and I'm going to get us cracking straight away on the content. But I will just say that the EHDS is the new kid on the block. But it's not the only kid on the block. There are some older kids that have already been playing on the block for a while. And we're going to hear a little bit now about the older kids, because there are some valuable lessons and learning and opportunities because all of these data ecosystems are themselves innovative in their own way. They're all discovering all sorts of things about how to do it well. And sharing the learning is probably the most critical success factor. So let's hear from, the kids are not old, the initiatives they're describing as old. Let's hear from some younger kids, but with older initiatives. And Dagmar is going to come first. And I always have to read carefully the university she's in. Greifswald. Am I getting close?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. She's going to talk to us about a rather intriguing acronym, Data Portal for Numb. Tell us what that means, please.
I will. Thank you, Dipak. All right. Thank you for having me here. I'm pretty new to this round. I knew two people before I came here this morning. One of them, Dipak, and the other one, Thomas, who is going to speak after me because he's also from Germany. And it's always difficult to prepare a talk when you don't really know the audience that you're talking to. But what I hope to introduce to you today is the German national health data landscape, the different initiatives that exist, and how we're trying to harmonize our metadata that we have about German health data in what is called the data portal. So that's going to be the major part of my talk today, but I will also zoom in a little bit more into the county where I come from, Mecklenburg-Vorpommern in the northeast of Greifswald, and also try to zoom out a bit into the EHDS. My first slide is also a bit of an introduction to myself, because I assume that most of you don't know me either, but that's not the problem. So I started my scientific career in bioinformatics and systems biology, and I have a background in database and information systems and worked in systems biology on the semantic integration of data for computational simulation models, so biological data. And then in 2018, the German government started a really large funding initiative called the Medical Informatics Initiative. And the government gave money to all the 36 university clinics at the time in Germany to establish data infrastructures that enabled the clinics to share the routine care data across sites in Germany. So that project ran for 8 years, and it had different sub-projects, but one really important infrastructure component was called data integration centers, and that is exactly the service unit at each university clinic that pulls out the data from the different clinical information systems and tries to harmonize it, integrate it, bring it together into a common data pool, enrich it with metadata, and make it available and accessible for other university clinics, and today also external partners. And to make this job attractive to anyone, it came with professorships. So the funding included professorships for medical informatics at each university clinic. So I applied for that job at the University Medicine in Greifswald, and I got it. So I got to do my research on semantic data integration, but I also got to run the service unit, making sure that the clinical data becomes research compliant, let's say. And the situation was that medical informatics was a really unattractive field in Germany because it had failed in the 90s and there was no funding. So in 2018 there were no real medical informaticians in Germany available. So we were all coming from related fields, like, for example, systems biology in my case. Some clinicians also became medical informatics professors if they had additional expertise in informatics, and so on. And that led to this publication by a group of newly appointed professors in medical informatics who had to figure out what are actually the current topics in medical informatics. And we did literature reviews. Most of us started around 2018, 2019, 2020. So we looked at the literature and tried to identify what are the relevant questions in medical informatics, not only in Germany, but also internationally. And we published a paper in 2023. And I think when you look at the chart on the right-hand side, you will re-identify many of the topics that we talked about today. So roughly, we're talking about innovative concepts for regulations, for the harmonization and processing of data. That's on the bottom right. And then also the question, how do we get to present this data and make it accessible, disseminate and visualize it. And that is also the area that I'm working in with my research group in Greifswald. And as I said today, the focus is on the part that covers the semantic data integration. All right, so today, as I said, I will come with 4 different short topics, and the focus, as I said, will be on the data portal, topic 3, later on. I have one slide on FAIR, just because I'm a big promoter of the FAIR data principles. We heard about them in different talks today, and it is really important for me that we manage to make FAIR principles an integrative part of all the national health data infrastructures that we are developing, further developing and running. So in 2024, we had a white paper, a position paper, that clearly stated that the German infrastructures, but also the ministries and politics follow the FAIR principles, support the FAIR principles, and operate explicitly the infrastructures on the basis of FAIR principles. We have launched many trainings and further education programs for data stewardships as well. So we're really trying to get our clinician scientists ready to work with data in the best possible way. And also our staff at the service units, at the data integration centers, to make them aware of ethical data protection issues, but also make them aware of the importance of metadata, and also interoperability is a big topic in the country. We had several projects funded by the EUSC as well in the last 4 to 5 years, where we evaluated the fairness of the different infrastructures and metadata models that we have in Germany. So we evaluated the Medical Informatics initiative and its follow-up project, the Network University Medicine, that I will talk about. We also have an infrastructure called NFDI for Health, and that is the national research data infrastructure for health data. So we have NFDI for everything, basically, but the one that is important for this group here is the Health Initiative, and they host and make available most of the population-based data. So when you want clinical data in Germany, you go to the Network University Medicine and the data portal I'm talking about today. When you want study data, population-based data, you go to the NFDI for Health study portal. Unless the study has been launched or is run mostly in the clinic, because then we have the Network University Medicine Study Center where you would go to. If you want to run a study on data from a registry data, like the cancer registry, then you go to the Network University Medicine registry for, or data portal for the cancer registries called Actin. Unless you want to run a study on a very specific disease, like diabetes, because then we have the German Centers for Health Research, DZG, so you go to their portal. They all have their own portal, so rare disease, diabetes. So you go to their portal, and then you get data from there. Did you remember that? No, no one does. So my one self-criticism to my country is that we develop plenty of portals, and no one knows what is happening where and where people need to go to apply for data. So that is one of the things on the to-do list, very high up of the national government, I think, to harmonize also the infrastructures. I think we are the kings of infrastructures. If I wanted to build the infrastructures for health data and connections in between them, it would be a slide full of drawing lines and bullet points, and no one remembers the acronyms either. What I want you to remember for today, and maybe even beyond today, are two infrastructures that I consider the largest ones, and I think those are the ones that will also remain and have impact in the next years and hopefully tens of years, and these are the NFDI for Health and the Network University Medicine. As I said, NFDI for Health is a collaborative infrastructure involving a lot of institutions in Germany, both scientific institutions but also non-scientific institutions who together built a common central study portal, how they call it, where you can go to find out about available study data in Germany. And they follow the FAIR principles. They have a large focus on interoperability, international standards, and also trying to connect to international study registries. So they are also hopefully a sustainable infrastructure with a long-term funding by the government. So that is one of the reasons why I assume they will stay for a long time. And they have very capable IT people who built a nice data portal that is actually usable by both patients who would like to inform themselves about ongoing studies, but also by scientists and by other computer programs who just want to fetch metadata from the portal. So they provide very broad access to the information about German studies, and that's a resource that I'd really recommend if you want to work with German data from population health studies mainly. And then the second infrastructure that I will talk about on my following slides is the Network University Medicine, which followed out of the Medical Informatics initiative in 2018. You remember the ones that employed me. The Network University Medicine is a long-term infrastructure, so we are turning it into an institutional government infrastructure similar to Max Planck or Fraunhofer, so it's gonna be there and coordinate all the data infrastructures relating to the German university hospitals, and you see them in dots on my slide. And Greifswald is on the far right up. Right, that's where we are. So the mission of the Network University Medicine is to be a single point of entry for any research that you would like to run with German university clinics. Either you are a scientist or you are a pharma industry or another network. So the idea is that we are capable of informing everyone of the available data infrastructure and services in the German university medical system, and also to educate them about the processes for data access and regulations. We developed the idea of this one-stop shop. That's the one on the right side with the guy selling, we don't sell, it's all free, selling information, data, and services. And everything should, of course, be linked, everything that is inside the Network University Medicine, and then we also want to support the conceptualization but also execution of clinical studies. And, oh, okay, this slide got a little destroyed. So the pillars of work are that we want to be able to do a fast translation of the outcomes of the NUM projects into clinical practice or research practice, that we of course want to improve the patient care. We want to build resilient systems that are very flexible and allow us to react very quickly. So that's one of the lessons learned from the COVID pandemic, that we were, till the end of the pandemic, not able to give correct numbers on infections in the single hospitals, available beds, for example. So that should now be better with all the interconnected systems that we have. And then, of course, the international visibility of science done in Germany should be enhanced. The NUM is a network of networks. It started with COVID in 2020 with a network for COVID-related data, and since then has developed into 7 different infrastructures that were all funded under the roof of the Network University Medicine, but separately. So we do have one infrastructure, GenServe, for genetic data. They have their own data pool, connecting all the genetic data from all the university hospitals. They have their own data access policies and processes, and of course their own portal information sites and also own wording and own way of selling the information. And that is true for all the infrastructures. Actine for intensive care, we have Natom for pathology data, Nucleus for clinical studies, then the data integration centers, we call them NUM-DITs. That's the one I mentioned before for all the routine care data, and then a special network for image data because there were a lot of tasks in integrating, analyzing images and getting them into standardized formats. That was a big task, so they got their own network. And also there's, of course, politics inside the clinics involved, right? When the radiologists don't trust the people from the biobanks or the DITs and so on. So what happened was that we successfully built these infrastructures. They were all very, very visible in the country. They ran a lot of projects on the data that they acquired from the clinic, but there were, of course, also overlaps in the data models because the image data also required data from routine care, like patient information, or the intensive care Actine project also covered medication and laboratory data that we were also collecting in the data integration centers. So a lot of overlap. And then what happens is that the data runs out of sync and no one knows where to apply for which data. And then the funder said, okay, we cannot continue like that. We need to harmonize. And the initial idea was to give funding to these infrastructures to actually merge into one portal. And no one of them wanted it. I think Dipak said it, being same and being different. You don't want to be the same. You want to be interoperable, but you want to be different from the others. And that's what happened here. And the typical thing that you do is you build something on top. And it's called the data portal for NUM. And make sure that these things stay in sync and are on some level of integration interoperable. But you don't do a deep integration of the whole infrastructures and databases. So the government in the last funding phase, which started last year, required the community to come up with a proposal for the setup of a data portal. We had a lot of discussions with all the infrastructures, and in the end, we got approval by the government to build this data portal together with the University Medicine in Erlangen-Nuremberg and the University Medicine in Greifswald. We are trying to integrate all these infrastructures on the metadata level so that users, whoever it is, the patients, the government itself has an interest, pharma, external collaborators get a single entry point where they can explore via available metadata what is available, what is in for me in the network university as a whole. So in the first query step, no one is interested whether the data is available from Actine, Natom, or DITs. People just want to know, does this network provide the data that I need? Does it have image data for cancer patients that also have a genetic profiling, for example? So we are going to build this exploration tool. Then the next step, sorry, the slides layout broke, but I think you can still read it. The next functionality that we want to build is feasibility queries. That's how we call it in Germany. I don't know if you use the same term, but it means that you have a research idea, you know what your cohort should look like, so what are the inclusion-exclusion criteria, you go to the portal, and then what you retrieve is how many actual persons, patients do you have in your system that fulfill my requirements, so how big will my cohort be, and what will be the distribution in terms of gender, age, and so on. So that's what the data portal should also give you. And then the third thing is, okay, and how do I get the data? And the idea here is to build on a higher level a common data access process that maps on these single data access processes in the 7 infrastructures. So everyone on the community level can do what they have always done, in the way they've always done it. But on top of that, the data portal harmonizes whatever can be harmonized and maps down to the single infrastructures. Right, so what do we get with that? We get a way of explore all the data inside the network, and we decided to use the concept of a knowledge graph for that. So the metadata will be modeled in a graph structure, and that gives us a lot of flexibility in terms of storage, so we don't have to obey to a very fixed schema. We can search flexibly on it, and we are able to easily pull in other data that might come up, or other projects and initiatives data. And the idea is to build that metadata graph compatible with other international and national infrastructures, like mapping it or connecting it to the NFDI for Health metadata, but also EHDS. And then the second pillar is the harmonization of the workflows, exploration, feasibility, and then data access, and also having a common project registry in place where all the projects that run through this national infrastructure can be displayed. And when we applied for this project, we proposed to reuse an infrastructure component that we had already developed inside the DITS, and it's called the German Portal for Medical Research Data. And this is a data portal for the data from the data integration centers. And that had been established in the first funding phase during the Medical Informatics initiative. And the idea is now to use that as a blueprint for the data portal as a whole. Why did we decide on this? So there were 3 components that we really liked that were already available in the German portal. The standardized application process. So this is the generic process on top that we're running through for all data that you want to apply for from the university clinics. And this process will also be mapped on the other infrastructures, and some components might, be crossed out or take longer or shorter, hopefully rather shorter than longer. But this is a principal process for all the infrastructures. In DITS, we also had a standardized data model that was fully semantically enriched with international standards and implemented in FHIR. And I've also learned during the proposal phase for this project that some of the infrastructure was still using PDF files. So when you said I'm interested in data from the intensive care network, Actin, you might have gotten a PDF with a list of data items that are available, and then you send an email back and tell them which data items. And it's hard not to be frustrated when you see that, but this is really the status that we're in and that we're talking about for some of the infrastructures. A little bit embarrassing, but I hope that this project will also fix the situation and allow every infrastructure to build a fully structured, standardized data model and metadata model. Another very frustrating thing for me is the timeline on the top. You might have seen it. All the data applications take a really long time. This is partially due to the regulations that we have. Yes, so I've heard many blames on GDPR, and that's also what Dipak says. It's not the a problem of the EU regulations, but the implementations in Germany. And in Germany, the case is that we do have a nationwide implementation, and then each county has its own implementation of the GDPR regulations based on the requirements by the government. So we have 2 steps where people, unfortunately, became more restrictive than they had to, leading to roughly 3 months of waiting time from the time when you access, when you do the feasibility study to the time you get the data. And that is considered fast. I think it's very frustrating. And we need to improve on that. Nevertheless, the German portal has actually done or enabled a lot of research projects that were not possible before. And maybe that's another thing I need to tell you about the German system. We had a situation until 2018 where you needed a study consent when you wanted to use data from the clinic. That means you have an idea, you go to the ethics committee, you get the consent for or approval for your study, even if it's only about data collection and we're not talking about intervention anytime, any study, and then you could run the study. And once you had the data, you could not use it for any other study. You had to go through the approval step and re-record the data. And we changed that in 2018 with a concept called the broad consent. And that allowed us to collect a patient consent in the clinic. So once a patient came to the clinic, we were able to ask them whether they broadly consented to the retrospective use of their data. And if they signed this consent, we were able to collect the data in the Data Integration Center and then run through the application process that I showed you here and give out that data to researchers who again needed to get ethical approval and so on, but this was the first time that we were generally allowed to collect data. Now the broad consent concept ran since 2018 and it has another issue. It takes roughly 7 minutes to go with the patient through the 8 sites long document. And you can guess what happens. No one is motivated to ask for the consent because it just takes too long. Our staff doesn't have the time to talk to each patient for 7 minutes. It's not possible that the patients read through themselves and sign it, so it always has to take 7 minutes. And again, what often happens is that the data is being used without auto consent secretly, or there's workarounds. So also that practice is very difficult to do. However, even with these broad consent approaches, we were able to collect data from roughly 7 million patients in Germany, which sounds great, but we are far more than 7 million. And if you go to any clinician, they will tell you, well, this is not a representative amount of people for the research that I want to do. Because, you know, that's 7 million, but for a specific disease, you end up with maybe 200,000. And that's not representing 80 millions. However, we are here to start and things can still improve, and maybe we can agree in Germany to also have an opt-out solution in the future. We don't have that yet, except for in my county, and I will talk about it later on, but in Germany in general, we are working on the basis of the broad consent. And the portal in the registry shows roughly 60 projects since the launch in 2022. And I think that's already a good starting point. So all these projects were run across university clinics in Germany, targeting very, very different fields of medical investigations and allowing either distributed analysis of the data where the code is sent to the clinics and executed in the data integration centers, or central analysis where the data is transferred to one secure processing environment and then executed or analyzed. So now the idea is, as I said, to use the portal that is already available and make it adapted, make it suitable for all the infrastructures so that we can use the functionalities not only on the routine care data, but also on the other NOM data. And I'm not going to go into detail about this, but what we are building is an integrated knowledge graph that covers all the information about the infrastructures, the data, the metadata, the code systems, codes, and value domains for each of the NOM infrastructure, and then does cross-mappings across the infrastructures so that we are also able to see which data item in the DIDS corresponds to which data item in the Actine network, for example. And the whole thing looks a bit more complicated. As I said, it's probably not of interest here, but on the left-hand side, you have the different infrastructures, then the harmonization step, and just to mention that we are also looking into validation, into provenance, version control, and data quality. And then at the end, we are able to provide an integrated data model for exploration and querying. And because EHDS is a big topic today, I would like to stress that we also have a work package on being EHDS compliant. So we would also like to become one of the access bodies for clinical data, and we are currently looking into mappings of our data model onto the HealthDCAT AP. And we're not doing that alone. We are doing that together with Switzerland and the Netherlands, and more recently Poland joined as well. So this is one of the bottom-up initiatives where you meet at the coffee break or a workshop on a conference and you realize that you're all looking into the same issue. How do we map our data model, metadata model I have to say, on the DCAT or HealthDCAT AP? So we came together at the Medical Informatics Europe in 2025. Actually, it was a workshop looking at harmonizing provenance information in health. And we ended up talking about the HealthDCAT mappings and decided to meet again in Amsterdam in March this year to work on the mappings together with colleagues from the different countries. And we're now meeting again on the GMDS, that's the German Medical Informatics Conference, in October in Freiburg, where we're trying to finalize our mappings of our local metadata schemata on HealthDCAT and trying to come up with good use cases for applying for data cross-border. And I saw that example on one of the slides today where you did that, but I don't know which one. I will look into my notes, so I might come back to whoever spoke there. Good. So the project is really open. As I said, it's a bottom-up approach, very hands-on. If you want to join because you think your country also has an interesting schema that should be part of this mapping initiative, please get in touch with Vasundhara Touré. She's the semantic data integration responsible person in the Swiss Personal Health Network. Also, if you know someone who really likes to do codings for data mappings, get in touch with me. We still have money this year and could finance an internship in lovely Greifswald. Okay, now my last two slides. I'm over time, but I told you before. So I've told you about two problems on my previous, many problems, but two that are relevant now. One is that we were really unhappy with the broad consent solution, taking so much time to ask our patients. So in my county, in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, in the northeast of Germany, we started an initiative together with our two university clinics in Rostock and in Greifswald, and went to the ministry and said, we are really sorry, but putting all this money into health infrastructure and then not being able to ask the patients if they want to contribute is nonsense. So the first thing we did was a survey with our patients in the hospitals, and that survey resulted in 97% saying they would like to contribute their data for retrospective research. But we were only able to ask 2% of our patients due to the time limitations. So together with the ministry, we actually changed the law within 1 year, and we have a new law in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern saying that we are now able or allowed to use the retrospective data without consent, but of course with the possibility to file an obligation, and the patients are of course informed about that. So we're more following the European route here as the first county in Germany. That resulted in a database that we built with 442,000 patients from Greifswald alone in less than 2 years. And that might not sound much, but it is 1/3 of the population of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, and I think that sounds already much better. And we hope that we get to a much higher rate in the next year. So we do have a nice data pool now, which is really interesting, I think, because all these people live in the same region. People don't move to Mecklenburg-Vorpommern often or move away often, so it's very stable population. And we also have a large population-based study called SHIP, Study of Health in Pomerania, that allows us to connect our data pool to the data pool of that study who looks at healthy people in the region, probably the same people, 80% overlap probably. So that gives us a really nice data pool that we would now like to use for modeling patient journeys, for building what we would like to call a digital health region, where we can simulate the development of population health, when we start to include data from the GP practices and non-university clinics. We only have 30 in the county, so that's also not much data points that we need to integrate. And once we do have this data space, we also envision to make that potentially a platform to provide data into the EHDS, because our GPs and smaller clinics are not able to build these digital infrastructures easily that they would need to export the data. So that's a bit of a vision and a teaser, and if you think that sounds interesting, please talk to me, because we are looking for input, also for collaborators who would like to work on this with us. So I took you to Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Europe and back, and talked a lot about the German infrastructure and the challenges that we have. And I think my challenges slide also has 6 bullet points as Dipak's, and I think quite a few overlap. So we probably have the same issues on all these levels, and that's why I'm really glad to be here and talk to you, exchange with you, and learn from you. I've learned a lot in the presentations today. And yeah, by providing better data, I think we can do better research and also better patient care in the future. Thank you so much.
Dagmar, thank you. We won't take questions yet. Let's let Thomas come up, and then we'll have you both back up here. So thank you very much. I mean, I would without any doubt say that's a wealth of reusable experience there. Now, Thomas, would you come up and tell us about your experiences, but also you're going to be speaking a little bit about a human-centric, I'm intrigued by that, ecosystem. So you have both, you have one foot in Germany with the vice chairman of the Federal Network of German Research Centers, and then one foot in Scanbalt, which I don't know much about, but it feels very close to here. Yeah. So you're a little bit of a local guy as well as a slightly further away guy. Please come up and tell us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dipak. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. My name is Thomas Karopka. I have attended 2 last years actually, and I'm really happy to be back. And as Dipak said, I'm a member of the board of Scanbalt. Actually, I'm working for Biocon Valley, which is the network of health economy in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. And we were the co-founders of Scanbalt 25 years ago. And so, although I'm just 15 years in the network. Okay, so my title actually is also the answer to a question that I had, how should we build the EHDS? And what we came up with is we should do a co-creation of a human-centric ecosystem. That sounds like a bunch of buzzwords, actually, but it's actually what we thought should be done. And no, let me go back. It's actually, we started also an initiative, which will I present a little bit later, from the SCANBALD, then the network of German health regions, where I'm also sitting in the board, and German Association of Medical Systems. In SCANBALD, actually, we have already started to discuss the European Health Data Space in around 2020. And we invited clusters around Europe to be part of a SCANBALD declaration that we published in 2022. And SCANBALD has also been on a project called EDA, Interconnecting Innovation Ecosystems for Common European Health Data Space. And this year in Rostock, we have actually created this initiative, what we somehow, then the essence was co-creating human-centric ecosystems. Just a little historical thing. We have published this SCANBALD declaration, which you can still find on the SCANBALD webpage. And the core goal was to improve healthcare quality across Europe through digitalization while protecting trust, privacy, and usability. And actually also in the essence actually is somehow what we also focused on later on is bringing in the patients and then to have really a practical implementation. And I will come back to this later on. And there was also the EDA project where SCANBALD was a partner, and I think BioCut and several other clusters from Europe, and they produced a joint action plan, which is also available on the EDA website. And the overall impact, what is recommended there is to have a more connected, sustainable, and patient-relevant European health data space strategy. So now I would briefly dwell upon our initiative. We met in Rostock this year and had a workshop with around 70 participants. And the topic was building the EHDS together, empowering patients and strengthening regions. And the basic idea was that we believe that even in the secondary use of health data, we should give the patients a bigger voice and to see what would be really useful for them. And we invited 4 patient organizations and discussed with them what would be interesting for them, what should be addressed and how the EHDS should be structured so that they can be somehow more involved. And actually, what also came out in these discussions is that the EHDS is not only a technical and a regulatory project, it's actually a societal transformation. So, and we also argued that now, like TEDAS 2 is working on the guidelines and on the national implementation and on the framework, which is of course very necessary, but it's like a top-down approach. And we were actually discussing how can we do this more from a bottom-up perspective, because as I think Dipak said it, that this framework is now being created, but then who is going to implement it? And that's actually we somehow, or the people in the regions. And I have just looked into this a little bit. So we have, if you look at the major regions, we have 104 or 281 middle regions, or the smaller ones even more. And if you look at the hospitals, there are not many figures, but they estimate you have around 15,000 hospitals in the EU. And they all have to get ready for the EHDS. I thought, what a mess if everyone starts now implementing the EHDS in their hospital. And so the idea is somehow, can we not somehow do it in a more collaborative way and share this work? And at least in Germany, I already see that there are initiatives like the Bavarian Health Data Space or Bavarian Health Cloud, and in Baden-Württemberg they are doing something. And so what I would like to see is a more collaborative approach. And we also looked into patients, or we even said citizens, but because we already had in several presentations and also in our study, the study of health in Pomerania, we also look at the healthy people, and we also had in some slides here mentioned like other health-related data. And if we look at the climate change, for instance, it could be also interesting to have climate-related data mapped to health. So we really think we should look at the citizen, and then patients. We have, Petter has presented this very nicely. No patient is similar to another, or not one person is similar to another. So they have very different, also different perspectives. And that's why we believe that we cannot just look at the patient or the citizen, that we have to somehow have a broader view on the different perspectives. And then, for me, very important is also not a citizen or people, that is also, of course, the healthcare professionals. Because if we create an EHDS, which is not really usable for them, they are using it more or less daily, then it will not be accepted. So to bring in this more these perspectives, I think, or we think that would be very, very important. So that's why we came up with this idea of this human-centric EHDS. And I will not read through that. You can have the slides later on. Why is human-centric approach matters? I think that is quite evident, actually. And I will skip those slides. And what we would have like a partnership proposal that we are looking for, that our initiative is quite open. And if you're interested to joining us, you're very welcome. We think it could be very interesting to look from a regional perspective, and like Dagmar showed, that in our region we are already working on this, and if you are interested in working on this topic, you're very welcome to join us. So what we expect actually, if we go this way, that we have a greater public trust and acceptance, if we can really integrate the citizen view, and also more relevant, inclusive, and user-oriented digital health solutions. And we think it should be a stronger cooperation between regions than research and industry. And hopefully we have an improved quality and interoperability. And last but not least, transferable models, so that we don't start everyone from scratch trying to build the best implementation of the EHDS. So, and my pledge will be join us for developing a regional evidence-based and human-centric model for implementing the EHDS across Europe. And these are the partners. Right now it's what I said, the German Association of Medical Systems, Network of German Health Regions, and ScanBalt. And here are my contact data, or just approach me. I will be here also tomorrow. Thank you so much.
No escaping now. We're going to sit up here. Well, I would like to thank you both, and I think you've proven very clearly that although the please sit where you like. Maybe I'll sit at one end so I can see you a little bit better. I mean, what you've both shown very clearly from the bottom up is that when the EHDS enabling conditions arrive, they're not going to catch you by surprise with something brave, new, radically different. You've got a lot of experience, a lot of learning, and a lot of approaches that are reusable directly. But also, I mean, you mentioned the possibility of becoming a health data access body. That might confuse some people because I said at the beginning, each country will establish one, and I didn't give the full story. So before a second question I have for you, just the first thing is, how can you become a health data access body? Can you explain that? Because I didn't explain that.
Yeah. The true answer is I am not fully sure because the EHDS world is really, really big, and from the outside, and I still consider myself an outsider because it's not my main business, it's really hard to understand what is happening. But what I do observe is that for larger infrastructures or consortia, there is a good plan, or at least for Germany I can say that there are different players who apply to become the access bodies for the larger data pools like the university clinics or insurance claims data. But then there are many data providers who seem lost because they don't know who will be responsible for them, like smaller clinics, for example. So they approach us and ask us, how can you help us with the infrastructures and the expertise that you have to become EHDS ready? And that's the idea behind the Mecklenburg-Vorpommern data space, to also offer them a way and means to get their data into the right format and maybe even become the export pipeline for them. So it's more of a service and expertise provider, but it's very unclear for how it will work.
Well, it may be unclear, but actually there is provision within the regulation that a national health data access body can give a delegated proxy role of a health data access body to any other entity that is itself acting as a data curator, a data networker. And so you could, it's not for me to decide, your German national body will need to decide, but if it feels that you are compatible enough and your ethical and other principles are compatible enough, that actually they can say, we won't reinvent you, we will give you delegated powers to behave like a health data access body, but under their oversight. And I think that's actually a very nice model. I have heard, it was probably about 6 or 8 months ago, from a person who is going to be involved in the Norwegian health data access body, that Norway has every intention of operating in that way and might actually license quite a number of data networks in Norway to behave that way. And I don't know about, do you know any more?
Maybe I add on this, because we had on our workshop in Rostock, we had someone from the Gematik, which is the German national digital health agency, and he showed a slide actually that from our ministry actually, and that they want to go the way in having domain-specific health data access body. They have, of course, the national one, and then exactly as you said, have below different, and then they also showed the NUM actually and the NFD for health as domain-specific data access bodies below that. And it's probably the way the German government will also go. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, I think it's a nice model. Maybe we need a new acronym, Health Data Access Network, HDAN, maybe, that would describe this, because it avoids reinventing wheels, but it also cherishes, really values the experience already sitting there in Europe that can be leveraged for this. So I think it's very nice. And now I want to ask you a more challenging question before I bring...
Can I add to this very quickly? So what I observe is that the main challenge here again is communication, because it's really difficult. I mean, Thomas had this slide with 15,000 hospitals, but that's not the only data providers, at least for Germany. So it's many more than that. And how do you communicate to all of them what the national plan would be? It's completely unclear. And but now, today I saw the slide with the many guidelines. So I will look at the guidelines, whether there is a communication guideline that I can recommend to the responsible German
and Elina hasn't finished working. She's got till the end of the year. If something's missing, I'm sure she could write one more. Yellow hexagon.
Now I saw you. I didn't find you early on, but
Good. So I want to ask you a question. I mean, I think from both of you, what I've understood is irrespective of the technical aspects of integrating data, there are a lot of human aspects to be brought on board. And my slightly challenging question to you is there a particular stakeholder group in the data ecosystem you think has to have the greatest culture change that you need to work on in order to help them to play the team game? Is there, I mean, you don't have to pick the worst case, just an example stakeholder that you think really needs to be brought on board. You don't have to do it on your own.
Yeah, I think Dagmar already mentioned the hospitals, and actually she is working at the university hospital. But if you go to a regional hospital in Germany, I doubt that maybe they have heard about the European Health Data Space, but I doubt that they care about it, because they have absolutely other problems right now in Germany, because they have going down the budgets and all that stuff. And so I think that is really the challenge. And then, of course, we were also discussing at our workshop, what about big care institutions? If they, and I discussed this with a guy from the Gematik, and are they health data holders? And he said, yes, if they have health or person-related health data and they store it for themselves, then are a health data holder. And if you are about a certain size, which is in the regulation, then you're obliged to somehow make it available. And I don't think that they know about that. Like
so then,
care homes.
The question, so you can respond to that, but there's the second question. Do they know? But why should they care?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the communication issue, I think. So I believe that projects happen when the people are motivated. So I honestly believe more in the bottom-up approach than the top-down. And here I think you have a top-down regulation, but the implementation really is very, very much bottom-up. So also, I mean, the EU can't provide all the, the tooling and the communication means. I think it must be probably better motivated. And the question is, whom do we need to motivate? Maybe we need to motivate the population and not the health data providers, because what I've seen in my work in the past years, when patients want it, it's going to happen.
That's both incredibly thoughtful and incredibly provocative at the same time.
Yes.
Beautifully put, though. Can I ask the audience, I'm not going to yet let you ask any other question. Can you respond, if you have experience or an opinion, on how do we get the people who are actually holding, collecting and using the largest volume of health data that we all want to be motivated. That is the non-university hospitals, the smaller places, the clinics, the GPs. How do we get them not just to be told, you are now a data holder, here is 150 obligations. How do we get them to feel really motivated to be part of the game? The culture change, the spirit, the enthusiasm, the value. Who has any experience or suggestions? So I see two hands, three hands, okay. Let's go, can I go around in this direction? So you...
I can be rather simple. I think the most important thing is to tell everyone what they will get back. Because we are asking for a lot of things, but we never tell them what will the benefits be for them. So that's what I'm trying to find out.
Okay, you're not telling us what it is they get back, but that we have to do the homework first. Okay, that's a very fair point.
Can I tell you a short story? Do you have time for that?
Okay, a short story, yeah.
Yeah. According to the official Norwegian statistics, there is an ongoing cholera epidemic in Norway. If you look at the reports and the diagnostic statistics, there is. Because according to the Norwegian patient registry, there is. We also have a separate registry for infection diseases. And unlike the national registry, the one is actually used by doctors, because we report in infections and we get data out and we use it constantly in our daily work. And according to that registry, there is no ongoing cholera epidemic in Norway. And so you may ask, well, why is there a cholera epidemic in the first? Well, if you look at ICD, the first code in ICD-10 is A00 cholera, which means that people who are forced to report something they don't use will take the first and best code and send it in. While if you actually use the data yourself, the quality will also be good. And I thought it was a funny story, so I published it in a Norwegian paper, and I mentioned it to some German colleagues, and they say, yeah, we have actually the same in Germany. It's a known fact that we have cholera epidemics also in Germany because A00 is the first code. So my conclusion is it must be useful for the data providers or the healthcare providers who also provide data. If it's for someone else's purpose, if it doesn't look useful at all, you will get rubbish.
Okay, I think that's beautifully put. Thank you.
And maybe to add to that is to remind the doctors, the staff in the hospital, the hospital owners, that they too are patients, and it's for their benefits as well. If they move to another city and need their data be taken there, they will be the ones to benefit. So personal touch to that.
Okay.
I also would like to add that it was also in one of the presentations. It's really, we don't have to do the big move or promise the big change to the population, but like e-prescriptions were just introduced in Germany at the beginning of this year, and everyone was ranting about it, and it came, and after 2 weeks no one could imagine having lived without it before. So sometimes just the small changes might convince people, and it's the low-hanging fruits in a way, but you need to make them accessible, and fast implementations are probably a good way. So maybe define a few use cases where it already helps very quickly, so that people see there is a benefit.
Yeah. Maybe one more comment from audience, right? We are talking mostly about EHDS 1, right? About straight
well,
benefit.
except that the data that becomes a data set starts life in one.
Well, yeah, but EHDS2 is also a huge benefit for patients. And this is background work you are talking about, which nobody thinks, right? So currently, Baltics is losing 50% per year on clinical trials. And we are losing to China, we are losing to India, we are losing to those countries where are big patient pools. Germany is actually the same statistics. I don't know the correct numbers, but I assume that because of the data quality, we are losing almost the same things in clinical trials, right? So what does it mean for the region, for Europe? That normally all the big companies who want to do the clinical trials, they will go to those places where normal data, good structured data, and I think that the EHDS2 is addressing exactly that. And we need to see it as a huge benefit, because not only patients need those clinical trials, also hospitals need them, also our doctors need them.
Thank you. What you're describing is actually a pan-European phenomenon. It's a European Commission concern. We're losing clinical trial income and losing clinical trial value. European citizens are not represented well in the clinical research data sets. So we obviously then have a risk of data bias in the results. So it's great you've raised the disease, but it's a bit more widespread. And the factors why, very well said. Do you want to respond?
Yeah, actually, I just want to add, I had the same direction actually as Lars said, to make the benefits clear. And actually, we in Rostock, we discussed to look at good use cases that show the benefits. And we picked actually what everybody else does, rare diseases. If you go look at European-wide benefits, so rare diseases comes up. But we also talked with other patient organizations, and they were actually quite interested and open to really also get involved in the secondary use of health data. And I think, and we think we should just continue somehow this discussion and try to find out what they have ideas, what the benefits for them is, because at least the representatives there, they were very eager to be involved more and demanding this. And so I think, I hope that this can really show the benefit. Actually,
well, why don't we ask EFMI, when you next have a chance, which is not so far away, geographically not so far away, maybe a stream on success stories at motivating data quality improvement and data sharing willingness in advance of the EHDS hitting the space. Maybe we should collect. Okay, let's inject that. Now let me throw it a little bit more free open. Any questions, any comments, any... Yep, you've got a microphone.
Yeah,
please.
I've got a microphone. Just wanted to add on the value of data and the outcomes. You know, there's a word or two words, peer pressure. We usually say that young people suffer from peer pressure. But I think it's very useful actually as a tool, especially if you use it as a knowledge transfer. And then it really looks like youngsters coming together and saying, hey, we didn't know. So sometimes I think we need to find methods how to endorse this knowledge transfer, but in a positive way, not pressing that I know the best and I have EHDS settled, but that, you know, peers come together and it happens.
Does anybody else want to come in on this point or on another point in relation to valuable learning from the bottom up? Okay, do you want to have a last word, dear panelists, before we let them have a slightly early coffee break?
Maybe just what I already said in my talk, though I hope that we can really find ways of better collaboration and from use case-based regional approaches cross-border, and I think it's a very nice setting here in the Nordic-Baltic region and hopefully many opportunities.
Great.
I think I'm good. I'm not very good at last voice words, but I'm happy to answer any possible questions in the coffee break.
Okay,
is that also
that's good.
okay?
Okay, now with permission from the meeting chairs, we're going to let you take a coffee break. Really 15 minutes early, but we also recognize that people will get tired towards the end of the day, so we actually want to say, still keep to a 30-minute coffee break, and let's come back at 1:45 the hour and start the next session 15 minutes early with the promise that we will let you escape 15 minutes early if you are punctual. Of course, if you come in 15 minutes late, then you've lost your advantage. Okay, coffee break early. Reconvene in 30 minutes from now, please.
Of this day here. And Dipak gave us 15 minutes, and I hope to give back 15 minutes by the end of the day also. We are having a little panel by the end of the day here, and we will meet some representatives, and I would like to call up Sari Paljoiki first. You can be sitting here on my left side. She just arrived today or now here, so she doesn't know anything of what we have been talking about. So I think I better have her very close to me. And then I would like to invite Aiga Palude also. She hasn't been on the stage, but she has given some clever comments here also. So you sit next to Sari. Someone you have seen the whole day from the morning, Nele, is coming up here also. And Dipak will be on the end of the table. He's been talking too much already, no.
I'm going to relax now.
So, when we initially thought about this conference, we said it could be great if we ended the conference with the discussions with the government representatives of what is actually going to happen. Because sometimes we feel that it's the government that can give us the choice on how to do it and tell us how to do it and so on. And we can always complain of what you're saying. So that's interesting. But I think I would like to mention someone we haven't been really focusing on. And this is the guy we call AI. And I have Sari coming from an AI conference in Karolinska in Stockholm. And she chose to end the day here with us. So it's quite interesting. And therefore, I was thinking of starting a little story about AI. I've been involved a lot with AI. And I have built my own It's Lars too. I was an early adopter of this AI thinking, and I've done a lot of work around it, and I'm getting a little bit bored now, and so on. But something happened before this summer, because I bought myself a supercomputer in Christmas. I never told my wife what it costed. So I ran my models locally and so on, and there I spoke with It's Lars too. Okay, so I'm pretty, retired. You doesn't have so much to do, so you sit at home in front of the computer and you talk with your friend It's Lars too. And I always thought him to be a guy because he do a lot of hallucination. But before summer here, suddenly in a discussion with him, I saw on the screen, you should know this, Lars. You are an informatician. Oh my God, I felt we were on another level. So then I started to think it might be a she and not a he. Because I felt she was a little bit jealous on what was happening here. So I started to explain for her that it might be that I get a lot of influence from others and so on. And she sort of said, well, that's okay, Lars. It's good that you try to understand how the world is functioning and so on. And I think for me, be a part of this day has been so super interesting to see other ways of thinking. And remember that we are always chasing the future. And the older you get, the closer you are to the future. But you will never reach it. But the strange thing is that we try to have the future in our way. And we don't see the one that is coming behind us with the future. We heard some remarks today that really, at least in my brain, I started to understand, well, the world might not function the way I think it do. So with that introduction, I would like to ask you, Sari, to share some of your experience now coming from an AI conference in Stockholm. And by the way, I love her because she's Finnish and she speaks Swedish. So that's real interoperability.
Okay, good afternoon, dear colleagues and dear friends. And before I start, I really would like to thank you for the invitation. I was here last year, and I very clearly prioritized to come here, even though there was today also the AI conference in Karolinska in Stockholm, and I was representing Nordic Ministry Council that was one of the organizing parties in the conference. And yesterday there was a pre-conference, and seemingly one of the key aspects that is very actual today in university hospital perspective. Today there is much more government perspectives and EU perspectives, but yesterday we were concentrating more on clinical environment, and one of the key aspects was, of course, mutual learning, so that we can really very much share our experiences in this rapidly moving environment. And one of the key topics around the Nordic countries seemed to be the kind of I haven't been analyzing this yet, but still it was very evident that everybody was putting very much emphasis on efficacy and how to make healthcare more cost efficient, and these topics were very visible in the use cases. But then there is another aspect that was very, I think it is self-evident for many of us being involved in the very rapidly moving environment, but it was very much talked about multi-professional perspectives. You cannot really, when it comes to AI, do it in a silo, but you really got to have teams where you have all of those people with informatics competencies, maybe clinical informatics, but also, really technical people, and also nurses, doctors, and so forth. Those were maybe the key aspects coming from university hospital district. But it's quite another story that we are struggling at the government level, though. So one of the, I don't want to take all of the space here, giving too much or taking too much time, but we are really, at least in Finland, struggling very much with the governance issues. And I'm very slightly touching upon this question. And one of the key questions is a kind of a human rights perspective, privacy perspective. So how can we build up such a legislation that all of those people with legislative power, I mean Ministry of Justice, so that they are very satisfied with our approaches in health sector, since the technologies are moving very rapidly and they don't necessarily understand everything that is happening, for instance, in home care. So to have surveillance based on AI, that is just one of the aspects. And what I have been very much, I am not only with AI issues, very much around EHDS issues and things like that, but still one of the very important aspects is the surveillance of AI. And I am talking about life cycle approach, since if you start to have those regulatory approaches, you cannot fix them based on one medical device. If you have, for instance, ventilator as an example, it is relatively stable. You have all of those surveillance perspectives, but AI is moving so fast that you cannot stop it there, but you have to have kind of approaches during the whole life cycle perspective. It's very, very difficult, but these are maybe the reflections from the conference of yesterday that was very fruitful. And just to say that now there will be also everybody can follow up. So there will be also a kind of a large-scale initiative on AI in Nordics. So that it's also ecosystem perspective on Nordic level. Yes, but these were the first reflections.
Thank you, Sari. And for the rest of the panel, I would like you to feel a little bit what has this day meant for you. Have you gained some new insights, or is it something you have missed and so on? And I would like to start with you, Aiga, if it's...
It's a tough question, but actually I had my thought in mind and then I met Sari, and when you meet Sari, everything changes. And actually my question is provocative, maybe back to you and other panelists. What is the culture that we want to build? Is it AI culture, data culture, or still human culture? And Sari said that she wants to reflect back to history and that today you somehow cherish history even more. So that's the question, what are we building together? And why do I ask that? Today we focused on EHDS and how it influences health sector. EHDS will influence also other sectors, and we need to educate also other sectors how health sector is changing thanks to data. Just to give you an example, a month ago I saw a TV show, news actually, how agriculture is changing. And the farmer says, I can't have any workers anymore and give my tractor. It costs billions. It's so smart. It knows everything. I have to do everything myself. Well, I don't want to have such a day in hospital that only the CEO knows how to run the machine. Thank you.
Thank you. And I loved your reflection about how we see the future and what will be as humans and so on. So I usually use the summer to think, because it's something we have started to forget, is to think. So for a couple of years ago I was thinking, who am I? A very traditional, good philosophic question, but I asked myself, is it my data or my narrative? And it seems today that trust is built on your data. That you always will be remembered, what you said on that conference, what you write on that Facebook page, and so on. And it's, I don't know if it really fits into us humans, because one of the greatest things to become a human is that we can forget things. And computers never do. So back to you, Nele. You have been with us the whole day here. You started the day, you were in the middle, and now you're in the end. what is your thoughts about today?
I learned a lot today. I was especially impressed with Lithuanian progress. Wasn't aware of that, so definitely learned from there. I think it's we need more of those days. This is also. And your question made me think back of a few weeks ago we had a opinion festival of Estonia, and there was a panel, Healthcare 2050, very fancy. We thought that we are going to think what the future will be like, and we decided immediately that anything that we can describe will be wrong. This is the only right thing. But what we agreed on, what is the future we're building on, what will be the Healthcare 2050, it will be based on data. Don't know how, which, but data-based. So not AI, probably AI, but not so much your story or human, but data. So this is the platform we need to build right now, make it usable and work for us, so that whatever future will bring, it can use the accurate data. So maybe reflect back on this.
Good thoughts there. I agree on that. So I was thinking of, Dipak, you've been around. You are one of
Are you saying I'm old?
No. We are the
it's
same
true.
age,
I won't deny.
so we are close to the future, both of us. But I was thinking, what is your feeling, especially here in Estonia? Are they closer to the meaningful use of European health data space, or how do you think about that?
Well, I would say I've really enjoyed today, and I've learned a lot, but I've actually emerging from the day feeling very cheered up. You know, the EHDS from a legislative perspective and the implementing acts and the member state ministries are, through policies and other things, creating the conditions that allow health data to deliver better value. But it's got to be bottom up, that we use those enabling conditions. And I know I said a bit of that first thing in the morning. But what I've really found today through the day is people, gifted people, I've kept hearing them all through the day, initiatives, mainly in this part of Europe, and really good learning lessons, experiences that can be shared. And I think that gives me a lot of hope that we have a lot of capabilities to seize the opportunity of the EHDS. But you've asked me a slightly biased question, you know, is Estonia in some way ahead? The challenges and the opportunities are so vast, none of us have arrived. So if I was to say Estonia is so far ahead, I would be also saying Estonia doesn't have much to learn. And I don't think that's fair. And I would be saying nobody has anything to give Estonia. I don't think that's fair. I think a lot of countries have made different kinds of progress in different ways. And we have to pool all of our wisdom and experience to really get the best from data. And also to make sure we use that best data to shape AI.
I think you're good. And I remember, Nele, in the beginning of today, I asked you what would you like to do otherwise in Estonia. And I also realized that it's what you have done is nothing we can really buy. And from a perspective, at least from my healthcare perspective, we love to buy things. As we heard here that in Västra Götaland we bought a system that was Millennium, that was 21 years old when we started. Any comments on that? Is it the process we need to go through as a country to be EHDS ready, or?
Yes, definitely. As I said, timing. So in this time window, there will be some other aspects to consider, not the same ones as we did back then, maybe. So right now, cybersecurity issues are much more important than back then. So plan your advances in the time that you're in, and be bold. So also something important from our perspective.
I will continue with you, but you other can think about this question. Do you think that healthcare will be a commodity? I mean, today we are sending prisoners from Sweden to Estonia. Will we start to send patients also between our countries and let it be more and more business-oriented? Because I'm saying that, the nature of Scandinavia is to have one provider of healthcare and so on. Any thoughts about that?
We already send patients. Because we are so small, we don't have some specialties. For example, eye surgery in some cases. We even don't try to build it in Estonia. Those 3 patients per year we send to Helsinki, and so on. I think we will be thinking more and more about efficiency. Number of people is coming down in all the countries, so we can't have everything available for everyone in everywhere. This is why cooperation is much more important than it has ever been before. We will have some centers of excellency of something in Latvia, some in Sweden, and so on. And we need to be cooperating on that.
Good. I like that. And you represent a little bit the Nordic ministry and so on. What is your thought about this?
Yes, I very much tend to second what Nele said about, for instance, if we are talking about patients, caring of patients, treating of patients. So I bring here also those global perspectives that we can clearly see lack of personnel and all of those issues that will inevitably be ours challenges. So there will be time where we have to create new approaches to treat patients. And you already, if we think about the Nordic countries and also Baltic countries, we are now building up those opportunities to share our healthcare system. But it is very complicated issue as we are simultaneously struggling also with our national transformation processes. And from my perspective, so much is happening now around national issues, not only, for instance, digital transformation, but all in all, combined with our lack of financial resources, at least in Finland, so that we cannot necessarily put sufficient amount of resources in developing these approaches, that maybe there should be more. Like you said, center of excellence, maybe we have already when it comes to rare diseases, there are good models, but maybe it could be also broader aspect to really guarantee good quality care. It is also about what level of care we can really offer for our patients. But I also would like to come back what Nele said, that you cannot just bear with me. So just saying about informatics perspectives, coming back a little bit on the national approaches around EHDS, as we were also a little bit of pioneers with our Kanta services. Everybody was coming to see our Kanta services. Could we buy it, perhaps? Or I said, no, you cannot. It's not the product. It's a kind of a, how would I say, transforming approach based on specifications, and every country is making their own path in their own cultural environment also. But it doesn't mean that you couldn't be learning from each other. But I am very sure about it that you cannot scale it up, just like that. Maybe there are, if you start from scratch, there might be some kind of model that you could buy. For instance, Luxembourg has been starting with very fresh approaches, so maybe in some cases, but I think I just wanted to support your statement also that I very much agree with you when it comes to EHDS.
Estonia, in some cases, we have sold some our national ICT components, sometimes given them away, but it's definitely important to bring support to management system to the country as well. It's not just hand over the product and just use it. So how to get everybody connected, use it, communicate it. This consulting, it's a huge work.
Aiga, comments from your side?
I have 2 comments on this. Historically, the Baltic states have been acting the best jointly when there's a crisis in either of the country. We have a lot of crises where we received help, and especially I would like to emphasize the emergency care. We're very good there. When something happens in one country and it lacks resources, we know the algorithms, how we can help. Then, when we look at the digital tools, I would say thanks to both Finland and Estonia for sharing their failures, because it's also a learning point, a frank conversation. Costs almost nothing, but it's worth knowing the specific person to talk to, because I look at the shiny digital tool, I want to get it, and then Alice tells me, oh, but watch out. There are a couple things to know. So in the long run, I think we can reuse also or even build together digital tools. We already, a good thing, practical thing is renew our regular meetings on digital issues. We'll start doing that. Because otherwise, when you come home, you're busy with your own agenda so much that you forget. And then we meet at the EHDS meetings, but that's on the legal level. I think we were talking about innovations being embedded somehow better in the market. And that's the question, how we can take a good fit and make it available to others, because we know competition, we know many other things, but if we talk about healthcare, maybe it's time to make an exemption somehow.
Good. I will soon let you in, but I have to follow up this one. Are we focusing too much on the moment instead of focusing on the time? Why I'm asking this question is, I get a little bit disappointed when I see the rollout for European health data space. That in 31, 32, we should see some benefits from it. I might be dead before that. Any comments from you, Dipak? Is it something going on here?
I think that's the wrong way to think of it.
Okay.
The EHDS is an enabler, but it's also a catalyst. Tell me, if you jump back 4 years, how much big data conversation was taking place at ministry level, at decision maker level? How many of our stakeholders were really engaging with the value of data, the importance of patient empowerment? It was a really fragmented mess of small, meaningful, and useful stuff. If we decided not to build a single piece of technology to implement the EHDS, and we said, okay, it's a nice idea, but actually we're not going to pursue it, will it have been a waste of time? No, because everybody is galvanized, everybody's excited, everybody's mobilized, people are talking about working together, sharing. This whole panel, these 3 lovely people, have spent nothing but talking about sharing for the last several minutes. This would not have happened So you can even throw the EHDS away now. It's achieved an important objective. Let's not think about the timeline. Let's not think about how long it takes to get the screwdrivers out. Let's look after the human, cultural change, transformational agenda that's already started. Let's celebrate that, but let's build up steam.
Wise word. I wrote my thesis about sharing, and I found it in 3 levels. I started to say, prepare to share, it's all about care. And then I found the next level was, I'm sharing, who cares? And then finally I was pointing upward saying, sharing is caring. And for you that have been with me today, now I have found the 4th level, I'm sharing and I will be compared. So, any comments on what Dipak said about the moment or the time? Are we moving too fast all the time? Is it good for us?
I was worried a little bit, even said before, that maybe we will see a 2-speed EHDS in Europe. You said multi-speed. And at first I would think that this is a bad thing, but also maybe it's a fair thing. There are more digitally mature countries where we can jump a little bit faster, and then those who can do maybe new advancements in a hurry, but still something has left been undone. So they will come maybe a little bit later. So I think it's a fair point that it has started the conversation and the movement, and we will arrive there. Whether it's definitely on 2031 for everyone, not likely, but we will go there.
Good.
That is very interesting questions, and there are several angles that you can have a look on. And I very much agree what was said about the building up the culture, creating the culture. And here I'm looking, for instance, our Elina, that is a key player in EHDS joint actions. So I think that from that perspective, we have really started something, I mean, a kind of a movement. And that is for sure a very good thing. And from my perspective, when we look at all of those big projects, it is necessary that you have some kind of deadlines, since we have seen, based on the Directive 2011 regarding primary use, that as it was voluntary, so we were not successful. And from that very simple perspective, you really need some kind of deadlines. But it is quite another story from national perspectives, since we are on different maturity level. Every one of us has our own challenges there, for sure. Even those mature countries, we are struggling with several issues. I could tell lots of stories about how to renew all of our perspectives, also entailing broad-scale secondary use approaches. And then we will face also those resources. It's not merely economical resources, but it is also expertise. So many countries are really struggling how to find those people that could really make this transformation. And I fully agree that this is very demanding task for many countries, but being the Finnish representative for EHDS committee, I would like to say also, when it comes to, I'm now talking specifically on primary use of health data, there are some levels of freedom also. What is actually, if I put it in a very straightforward manner so that everybody understands, so that what is actually compulsory specification, for instance, in semantics layer. So there is, maybe we have to be flexible there and not require too much. It is also balancing these things. But on the other hand, as we are very ambitious with those goals of using data, you would like to, at this stage of development, you would like to see much more compulsory specifications to get really maybe the best possible quality data from primary use electronic record system environment. So, but you cannot get everything in this huge project. You really got to balance and to find some best possible solutions for everyone, and then step by step going forward, as you maybe also reflected a little bit, Nele, that you cannot have everything from the very beginning. Yeah.
Good, I like that, because I think in the world today we would like to have everything at this moment. Mm-hmm. We are not used to wait for something like at least we elderly in this panel had to wait to buy the bicycle.
You know, but I was actually thinking that my word of the month would be dwell. You know, there's this famous saying, dwell in the beauty of life. I would like us to, again, dream like last year, dwell in the beauty of collaboration. I would like to thank our Estonian colleagues who have made it a tradition already for the 5th time, I think, you make this wonderful digital week. Well, we heard about wonderful collaboration, very good project also from our Ukrainian colleagues. In time of war, still collaboration, ongoing, digital tools implemented. Sometimes we miss this opportunity to dwell simply on this, that we did it, managed it. Let's cherish this moment. We're speedily rushing again somewhere and don't know where. So, gentlemen, I wouldn't agree with you that you said you have been around. I've been around too in public sector for 20 years, so that means scratch off and sorry, probably you feel the same. We have to go home. But I think it's also dwelling and learning from another. I said it already yesterday. I really admire that humbleness of the region, especially that we felt also all 3 days through. We have a good system, let's brag about it, let's boast about it. But then again, you turn it in a learning perspective. How we did this, now we know this. You can't jump over. You can leap over certain things, but not over everything. But at the same time, I think we need to dwell that something has been achieved. We need to enjoy it, be a little proud about it, and take a moment. So you see, words still matter, also for coding and making prompts. It's words, not numbers. So I believe that the culture will still be human in a way. And actually what makes me a little more anxious, I would even say, those are the people who are not digitally capable to follow our conversation on what we are doing. And when I returned to my father's garden and there are ladies around their 80s, they ask me, now put away your Riga talk and explain us what you're doing in simple words. And gosh, it's so hard, you know, because you're so used to use all the EHDS terminology and technology. But if we can't explain to our children or our grandmothers, then again, you know, something that we need to return to and see how to make them involved as well, because they should benefit.
Very wise words. Dipak, please.
Could I just come in with a remark triggered by these things? Digital transformation is a really complicated and quite time-consuming change. And we tend to think of it as a systems change, but it's also a people change. And the difficulty is maintaining morale and human momentum. I have a favorite phrase that I use occasionally: frequent champagne moments. And what it means is that when you've made an incremental change and everyone has rallied around and worked hard to make this small change, open the bottle of champagne, Get people to feel good about what they've done, ready to take the next challenge. Because if you don't, it feels like it's an endless challenge. Frequent champagne moments. That should be a policy mandate.
WHO probably would say differently, but yeah, the spirit
champagne.
Oh yeah, I'm only joking, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Although I think they would like champagne. I could feel it.
Absolutely, I could see it in their eyes, at least at this time of the day. I was thinking of letting the public come in here, and I would like Petter, if we run with the microphone to him. You have the opportunity now to meet those people who make decisions. And with your clinical background, any advice or any thoughts you have?
Thank you. I must warn you, Lars sort of asked me to be a little provocative, which is not necessarily nice, but I mean, the rest of you are so nice, so I can do that. I'm a great fan of Disney parks. I really enjoy going to Disney World. And if you're in a Disney park, you really almost can believe in the magic. There are so many nice people who work hard to make your experience great. I mean, if you wish upon the star, you almost think you can fly. It's really so much magic we almost can believe in. And you know, the world outside is very different. I mean, it's really detached from reality. And when I listen to all this exciting presentation about EHDS, I get the same feeling. There's a lot of nice people working hard to make us believe in the magic. But this really sounds detached from reality. I mean, their visions are great. I mean, I'm from Norway, and as you know, we're not a member of the European Union, so we don't have an influence on the EHDS, but we have to follow it. Pardon? So we're sort of involved in some of this action, and I've been advisor for the Medical Association, so we kind of follow the processes. And my colleagues ask, okay, what is the impact for me as a doctor? And no one really knows. How will this benefit me? No one really knows. How can patients benefit from this? How will this impact the patients? No one really knows, but when there will be more data in the large registries, so that they will not necessarily be better, but there will be more. So we will have more reports, and possibly we'll have to spend more time feeding all these registries who are so hungry for data. But it really to us seems like there is no impact analysis anywhere. We don't know if this actually is going to benefit patients or doctors, or whether it's only going to benefit the large registries who are hungry for data. So I get the Disney kind of feeling, and I like Disney World, and I like listening to all this, but I don't really believe in the magic, and you haven't really been able to convince me. So that's my provocation. Thank you.
Thank you. I see. Do you want to come in and comment on that?
I have a question afterwards.
Afterwards. So then I like to, when it's a little bit provocative. And remember that Petter is a radiologist, so he's used to see through things. But I would like the first answer is our general practitioner in the panel.
Oh, you're going to throw me to Petter.
Any comments on that?
Well, yes, I'm very happy to, but I think for the sake of the panelists, I should first declare I've known Petter for 30 years. So he's not a stranger to me, and his style doesn't trouble me. I think what I would like to suggest is how to frame Petter's remarks. Not to disagree with anything he said, but how to frame it. What he is describing is a risk scenario. It's not an inevitability scenario. It's not an evidence gap scenario, in my view. It's a risk scenario. To which the answer is, thanks, Petter. We will make damn sure that doesn't happen. is what the answer has to be. We have to be ready to know how we will make damn sure that prophecy doesn't happen. It's not an inevitability, but it's a risk. And it's not a risk that he alone is articulating. Out there will be skeptics, and they'll be on X and Facebook and all the other products, making sure that every good effort you make is undermined in some way. Not Petter, he's actually a nice, honorable person. So we have to be ready to respond to the risks. That's my view. We shouldn't be undermined by it, but we should be strong.
Thank you. I think you would like to make a comment first and then...
Yes, it was very well described, I mean, from a little bit larger perspective. But for you, so I'm working with the Norwegian colleagues on a weekly basis, so I'm a little bit aware of what is happening in your country, but all in all, I respect very much this type of comments, since there is always wisdom. What are we actually doing in a wrong way? So from my perspective, it really messages that, for instance, communication with clinicians, as an example, hasn't been, I'm not talking about Norwegian situation, but from our situation. So we are not explaining in a sufficient way what are the benefits. And there are truly impact analyses, not necessarily on sufficient level, but still we can clearly see already, as an example, a use case of electronic prescription system. So it will definitely help people pendling between, as an example, Nordic countries. So it is very much needed. But it's quite another story. It gets complicated when we approach secondary use of health data and, for instance, research area. So there are so many open questions still left. How does this regulation and those implementations have an impact on researchers? And since there are open questions that haven't necessarily been decided upon. But in any case, I can clearly see that communication, collaboration, and then out of reality, it is, of course, in the very beginning that we don't necessarily have all of those project-level approaches. It is getting more tangible and more concrete, step by step. In Finland, it hasn't necessarily been, when it comes to primary use of health data, that big issue, since we started with, for instance, semantic standardization with those approaches already 20 years ago. So everybody, we had that pain that time, I mean, with those transformation approaches. But there are several aspects that I can clearly see that we should be doing in a better way, for sure. Thank you for sharing.
May I just add?
Nele had their hand up first, so...
Go ahead.
I was going to say that 25 years ago, when we started making Estonian national e-health system, there was none in the world. There was no idea what was going to be happening, what impact it would have. We didn't talk about it. We just made it happen and saw what came out of it. And while I was listening to you, the big things in the world happen all the same way, whether it's your smartphone, whether it's internet. No one predicted what the impacts will be. They were done anyway, and with a little faith. So maybe we shouldn't be very bold with what we are going to hope. Research is getting so much faster, so much better. People won't believe those very big but still empty words. Just make the little steps happen and communicate the actual outcomes. This will benefit people. Then they will believe.
Good. You are on next, Jill first.
I think it's also good that we all do not like Disneyland the same way. I hate it. It's queues of people, it's a lot of children, your own even, and I would like to give you my ticket for going there to begin with. The second thing is, well, Latvia hasn't been doing maybe that well with digital health, and we are often blamed from other sectors that no matter what's the money we put in healthcare, it disappears like in a black basket or in a hole, you know. And then last year what we did, we took up data, available health data, payment data, and survival rates of breast cancer patients. And when you see real numbers that those women are still alive, also because labs have developed, there are new biomarkers. We looked at that, and the question is, what next? Should we go and take another disease and make this, you know, discussion wider? I think we also need to talk about data analytics. One thing is EHDS gives you structure. But data analytics, how to use it more wisely, it still stays on the national level. And those choices will be hard because it will be either another patient who gets the operation or you know, going again to Disneyland to get another, what is this miraculous stick. But I think it takes enormous amount of wisdom and also multi-sectoral knowledge, not only data analytics. And oftentimes in my ministry, the minister says, give me the pitch talk, 2 minutes, why do you need my attention and why it's worth it? At the beginning I hated it because it's like, I need to make my sentences with the beginning and the end. But on the other side, that's the way how we've been making doctors operate now. So many emails, so many requests. So be clear also about data analytics and somehow, again, back to words, how you emphasize what you need. And EHDS is the frame.
Good wording. Do you have a comment on that? So you first and then Dagmar. Yeah.
Thank you, Aiga, for telling that this was actually my point as well, that the data is not for now, the data is for 10 years in the future, 20 years in future. And our community is aging fast, so like in 20 years there will be less Estonians, less Latvians, Lithuanians, Norwegians in the world. So we need someone to take care of elderly people. So perhaps for that time we have algorithms, we have better models, better training, and we have data now to use it. So I think the emphasis is exactly that what Aiga just told, that, you know, for the analytics and for the future, not for now. So yeah, now it sucks, we have to do more work. Yeah, sorry.
Analytics, the way to understand in a certain way. Dagmar, it's your turn now. You're good, but I have time for you. Okay, then I would like to start to round this up, but I have something that is carrying on here, and I have problem with the framing of health data because it seems that we are looking for sick data. So what about using real health data for prevention? Because today it seems that we are focusing on having something sick and to know more about other that has the same sickness to be able to cure you. But wouldn't it be better if we could stop it from being a sickness? Do you see what I'm aiming at? Do you see, I mean, we have been touching a little bit about smartwatches, all these things we can collect. But I haven't seen a real program on collecting healthy data. Is that something we should do together in Scandinavia, for example? Who would like to go first?
Maybe I can start. I haven't met a doctor in Estonia who is interested in it.
That's really sad.
But I think there are quite many private companies who would like to build on that. So maybe it's not a government issue. It's side business. We as governments maybe shouldn't collect people's steps on national levels. So let people have them and share them with whatever companies they choose.
Interesting point. Other?
Maybe I don't have answer here, but we have been looking at it though. so that it has been discussed very much, but there aren't really any governmental approaches. And Nele, actually, that's a good point. Is it truly in the essence of governmental issues? I'm not sure. It's so early days with that. We have so much other evident challenges, so maybe there hasn't been space for those discussions.
Also, there have been some countries who have collected this data on national levels, and I haven't heard of success stories. Maybe the timing isn't right.
But I think health is life.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you ask me about health data, in one day my sadness might turn to sickness data. In one day sadness is normal. So I think we as a society might have to come back and talk what's health, because health is qualitative life. And then there are so many wonderful habits, much better than Disneyland, that we like. One of my favorite ones is coach. If you go home and you meet your coach first, you just lay down there and you never ever need anything else, and TV maybe, or something else. So if somebody finds something, how to remove this wonderful sofa that kind of takes you in. But putting jokes aside, I wouldn't say that we don't have doctors in Latvia who talk about prevention. They do. Sometimes they start with themselves, and then they see that it's not so easy to balance your rat race in job. Doctors probably know what I mean. Even though if you know what it means to lead a healthy life, then you have your daily life. So, yeah, I stick to that life is health, and it's challenging.
I fully agree on that. Comments from the audience, please.
Yes. So, first of all, we have to understand that for years and years, actually since it started, we in Europe, even in the world, we don't have healthcare. We have sick care. We have to just face it. But it's just how we call it, right? It's marketing. And the second thing what we have to understand, I probably need to stand up. So second thing what we need to understand, I think, is that healthcare is a business. And it needs to be approached as a special kind of business. Because in business you have several things what you need to go through. And one of those things is marketing. And a lot of, like what already Petter said, is the answer of marketing, how we market it, right? So it needs to be a consideration how we sell it to our customers. And on this point exactly, whether we need to collect the data or not, don't worry. Market will take care of it, because market is a living thing. Take a look in the Europe statistics about alcohol use in between youngsters. It goes down. If you go in Latvia now, in every Rimi or big store, you will see in the beer stand, I know that Finns and Czechs probably won't agree with that, but in Latvia, at least half of the stand where the beer is, the half is 0% alcohol beer. Right? I saw some youngsters coming out with the boxes, and I thought, guys are going to drink. Yes, they are, but it was zero beer, right? So the health trends are turning away. Look at the youngsters, what they are doing right now. They are not sitting in saunas and drinking, but they are going to gyms, right? They are tracking the pulses, and that's exactly what we talked with Aiga. Every day we are driving with our cars. And we see that there's some yellow button, something is on the dashboard, right? Probably you even don't know what it is. But what you do, you go to your car doctor, right? So this is the level where we probably need to think about collecting the data. And if you are collecting it here, if I will see my pulse, the 3 days it's 100 or something, I will probably go and try to check it out. Right? So, don't worry. Market will take care of it. Thank you.
Market will take care of it. I've heard it before. Any comments from you guys? I think we will start to wrap up this panel. And I normally have a ending question to all in the panel, but I don't really know which one I should choose this time. So I would love perhaps that you bring out questions to the audience that they take home now when they are returning.
I have one.
Perfect.
Who is going to be the next person that you talk about health data and EHDS when you go home? I actually challenge you. Look at the people around you, and not probably in your office, the person who sits and deals with. Who comes into your mind? Who should be the person that I should personally go to and talk about EHDS and how healthcare is changing and it's data, based? Anybody?
Perfect. Great.
Yeah, maybe I will take an advantage of this moment, since I have been raising this question very much in our country. And probably many of you are involved with clinical environment and also development affairs. What are the measures that you are personally promoting in order to decrease digital exclusion during these times that the transformation is going to be more rapid than ever? So don't forget those patients or customers that are not necessarily so tech-savvy as we are. So we tend to forget that. Also, Baltic countries are very advanced, like Nordic countries, so we always think about, yes, everybody knows these things. So think about it. What are you doing? Have you been considering these issues? Digital inclusion.
Good, thank you. Eli?
I was claiming this simplicity and usability from the morning, so maybe I'll ask, what can you do to include the end user as early as possible to see how the EHDS solutions turn out to be for the doctor, for the researcher, maybe even for the patient, as early as possible?
Good. Dipak?
So you've really asked us to set the last person homework. This is not about answering now. This is your homework.
Exactly.
So my assertion is that the EHDS can be a thriving success only if every one of the stakeholders is part of making it a success and committed to making it a success. Every one of you in this room is such a stakeholder. Your homework is to go and think, how can I contribute to making the EHDS a thriving success for all of us?
Good. It says on my screen here, time's up. And I'm supposed to do a closing remark before we say thank you for the panel here. And I think it has been a remarkable day this to talk about informatics. You remember I started to talk about the things in between. I would like still to address the importance of semantics, the importance of understanding each other. I have problems today when we create wording that will solve problems. I mean, as a clinician, I don't understand the difference between secondary use and primary use. Because we are trained to use secondary things for the primary use. So it's quite interesting when we now bring all the domains together and start the discussions with them. I love data points. I spent all my life of trying to understand what the data point actually is. And it seems to be something very rare because it's different in its shape on the way you look at it. I did the first synthetic data set in VGR about obesity with children. And we had a professor that gave us some data that we synthesized and so on. And we come back with that data set to her, and she looked at it and said, strange that the child seems to weigh 3,200 kilos when it's born. And then suddenly when I started to look at this, I realized that we don't know when we stop weigh children in grams. The only thing we knew that the data said when they started in school, it becomes kilos. So think about it, the world around us is so much about who we are and where we are. So the ending point I would like to share with you to think about is the one we have been talking about, the artificial intelligence. I must say I'm a little bit fascinated of it. When I started to talk with my clinicians about AI, I said to them, AI actually stood for additional information. And they said, great, now I understand it's something I don't need to bother about. And after a while, I realized that the A in artificial may stand for augmented intelligence. So it means that suddenly the data points contain something more that I need to take care about. It could say the patient will not be able to take the medicine, then I have to react on it. So when I started to talk with them, they didn't really enjoy that, and we started to think about what solutions do we need here, how do we solve these problems and so on. And now for the latest year, I understand that the augmented intelligence might also stand for augmented influencers. And who wouldn't like to be an influencer? Because what I know is obviously the best for humanity. So there I think we have the biggest problems today, that data can be used for information or to really stress the fact of what the data can mean for us, but it can also be the influencer part of it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But with that said, I would like to say that this day, this conference day, hasn't been bad, it has been great. And as a president, I can say, it will be great. It will be the greatest day of this conference. So with that said, thank you for your contribution in the panel.
Great.
Thank you.